are working. Is the best tech people are the ones who watch you on YouTube.
Right on. Yeah, I retweeted it. I just found it.
Live. You're working.
Nice.
Does. It looks like we are live. So, Hake, thanks for coming on. Really appreciate you taking the time to have a conversation. Would you mind telling us a little bit about yourself before we get started?
Yeah. Well, thank you for having me on TJump. It's nice to meet you again. I've appeared on panels with you on Dylan Burns' 50th Hippy Dippy Roundtable, and that was a few weeks ago. And then just the other week in Dallas, Texas, at the Modern Day Debate Con 2022. It was very cool.
Good
I'm James
times.
Hake. I host the Hake Report. I'm also the Hake News reporter and an expert on the Jesse Lee Peterson show. I work with Jesse. I help put out his content for Bond, rebuildingtheman.com. That's his church and slash nonprofit. So I put out Church with Jesse Lee Peterson. That's how I came across Jesse, and I eventually started working for him. And now I have my own show, The Hake Report, live Monday through Friday, 9 to 11 Pacific time, thehakereport.com. Appreciate you having me, man.
Nice. Absolutely. Great to have you on. And you have a YouTube channel, right? Correct?
Yeah, I'm live on YouTube Monday through Friday. Hake is the name of the channel. It's The Hake Report is the name of the show.
Nice. So,
Hake.
so you are a Christian, is that correct? You believe in a God?
Yes, that's right.
I
That's
am an
right.
atheist. I believe that all of the evidence is better explained by naturalism. Could you tell me some of the reasons you believe there is for belief in a God? I'd like to hear your thoughts on those and then tell you my position on what you have to say.
Okay. So, I was raised Christian from basically when I was born. My parents grew up going to church, and then they became more serious about it after high school, and then they had 5 kids. I was the fourth, and I believe in God because I never found a reason to reject how I was raised. It always rang true to me, and when I read the Bible, the principles of the Bible all ring true, and the miracles in the Bible don't bother me. I know that a lot of atheists get hung up on those, but I just can't relate to that. Um, and then all of the men in my life whom I have looked up to and admired have been Christians, and pretty serious Christians. And and then when I look around me, I don't see how you can look around at creation, if you will, and be an atheist. I don't know what you mean by naturalism, but when I look around, I'm like, it seems there's a God. So I don't know exactly the nature. And I'm a Christian. The Bible, much of the Bible really rings true to me. There's some stuff in it that doesn't really have anything to do with me, but that's, I think, pretty much why I believe in God, why I continue to quote unquote believe in God.
Cool. So, some of the reasons I am an atheist are like contradictions between the Bible and archaeology and history. Like, the fact that all of the evidence points to the fact that the Exodus didn't exist. Most of the matriarchs and patriarchs didn't exist. Moses is considered to be a fictional character. Cain and Abel, Sarah, all the people from those time periods seem to be fictional. The first existing one, I believe, is around King David. He's a real person. All the miracles seem to be unsupported by historical accounts. That seems to be the consensus in history that they're the testimony of the eyewitnesses seems to have been mostly made up because that's the standard in the time, standard of all religions, that they aren't real things that happen. They're just kind of made up, like even in today's religions.
Oh,
Historical
okay.
accounts aren't real evidence for miracles. Um, all of the evidence from things like biology, Darwin's Origin of Species, the progress that have been made in science seems to point away from a God based hypothesis, and that most religious explanations tend to have to accommodate the scientific data, not the other way around. So we don't really gain much knowledge about the world from any kind of religious doctrines, so it seems more like they were just stories made up by people. All of the different models in physics seems to point away from cosmic creation. The order of creation in Genesis seems to be inaccurate. Prayers are not answered when we do studies, prayer studies. The rate at which prayers are answered are the exact same for all religions and no religion if you don't pray. So it's essentially the same as random chance. To me, it looks like the world is just naturalistic. You mentioned you didn't know what I meant by naturalism. Naturalism is just the
Yeah.
view that all there is natural, unguided forces, no ultimate mind guiding everything. And that seems to be the best explanation of all the different evidences we have around us in the world. I don't see why we would think there was a designer. You mentioned when you look around, you feel like there's a designer from something you see around us. What is it that you see that would indicate a designer to you?
I didn't think of him as a designer, but I suppose that too. But just looking at how did this all come to be, it just seems like it would be from God. You know? Like, do you think about I don't know if how things started is important to you or if they always were, or what do you mean by that?
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, why would you like my position is that yes, things must have started somehow in a way. Like there must have always been some existing thing, whether that's a god or a natural force like a quantum field. There has to have always been something. But I don't see any
Yeah.
reason to think that God or a mind would be that thing. It seems more likely to be like a quantum field is the more likely explanation. Like in physics, we have lots and lots of evidence of quantum fields being fundamental to reality, but there isn't really any evidence for non-physical minds creating the universe. So why would we prioritize or think that a mind is a better explanation of the origin of the universe than something in physics that we haven't discovered yet?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. For in other words, you're suggesting that there's something else that I don't know what you mean by quantum physics. I haven't really looked into that at all.
So yeah, quantum physics right now, the consensus in physics is that space and time are emergent fields, meaning that they come from more fundamental things in physics.
Yeah.
And anytime in physics people thought a god was the solution to something, like when we see lightning in the sky, people thought Zeus or Thor or whatever. It was always discovered later to be nope, that's actually just some natural phenomenon we hadn't discovered at the time or we couldn't imagine. In the case of lightning,
Oh,
it was trillions of particles that are uh, different temperature cause that rub together when they move. Heat rises, cold falls, and it causes friction, and that friction builds static electricity enough to build electricity, which creates a giant lightning bolt. And
I
so
see.
the same thing would apply to the origin of the universe. Like, why would we think the origin of the universe is any more likely to be explained by a god than electricity or whatever? Why wouldn't we prioritize it's just an unknown, unguided natural force like all the other things that were thought to be gods? Volcanoes, earthquakes, stars, just everything.
Yeah. Interesting. I don't know. I don't know why, I don't really have an answer for that. I, you grew up Christian
Mhm.
and pretty serious Christian as I understand it. And then you went away from it in your mid to late teens. Um, what was the reason?
So yeah, I had major depression for my entire life. Since I was a really little kid. And I prayed every day, morning and night, and I believed that there was this all-loving, all-powerful being who was there to help and cared about me more than anything. And
Yeah.
after not getting my prayers answered for many, many, many years of this, I stopped being able to believe that there was an all-loving being who really cared about me. Um,
Yeah.
I didn't even learn about atheism or philosophy until many years later. I think I didn't start researching that until mid 20s. So yeah, the reason I stopped being religious was because none of my prayers were ever answered, and I was in quite a bit of emotional pain and needed a significant amount of help that I never got from any religious sources.
Yeah. Wow. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't really have any answer for why somebody should or should not believe in God. I think that it just people most of the world believes in God in some form, although most of the world has the wrong idea about it. So I think that um and I think that atheism is kind of another example of having the wrong idea about it because it it seems like it seems like you would just leave that open for an I don't know type of thing, as opposed to it must be it must be explainable. We just haven't found it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. But why wouldn't we prioritize the idea that it would be explainable by naturalism? Like, it seems like we can make a reasonable evidential based argument that most things humans come up with are just things they've made up in their imagination.
Right.
And it's only reasonable to believe something isn't imaginary once you've provided some kind of evidence that can differentiate imaginary things from real things.
Yeah.
And if you haven't provided any evidence to differentiate imagination from reality, then it's reasonable to conclude whatever somebody's saying is probably an imaginary, non real thing. And so until real evidence is provided for a God, it seems like the reasonable position is to say that that's probably just something in people's imagination, just like all the other things were leprechauns, ghosts, fairies, all of those things that humans made up were due to the anthropocentric fallacy, the hyperactive agency detection system, where people are like, it back in thousands of years ago when we were hunter-gatherer societies, we'd hear a rustle in the bushes, and people who thought it was a lion would always run away. They just always run away because it's like a lion,
Right.
don't want to get eaten, survive. And the more skeptical minded people were like, you know what? I'm going to wait and see. I'm going to wait for more evidence. And like, I don't
Yeah.
know, it might be a lion, it might be the wind. Well, they got eaten more often. And so they aren't the ones that got the pass on their genes. And so
Hmm.
the kind of mind that we have evolved from one that prioritizes agency and everything. It just sees rustle in the bushes or monster under the bed or any like dark alley. There must be like some kind of a evil person there or something. Wherever we see mystery or something we don't understand, our brain defaults to saying that's agency and we need to avoid it because it's dangerous. And because of that, this is where all the religious beliefs come from, where all the feelings of like when we see a scary movie and when it's over and you have like a dark and you have the lights off or something, you feel like, oh, there's a monster in the corner. All of those kinds of
Right.
sensations are just a result of this hyperactive agency detection. And so it seems reasonable from an atheist perspective that, oh, this God thing probably also hyperactive agency detection, probably imaginary. And until there's actually really real evidence provided for it, we should probably just default on that.
Huh. You know that it is so interesting because I think most people, probably perhaps almost everybody, gets the wrong idea about God and they just make up fill in the blanks where it doesn't make sense. And I mean, religion has become more and more taken over by like a woman's it's become more and more a woman's thing where the women want to go to church, the women make the kids go to church, the husband or the would-be boyfriend becomes a Christian because of the woman.
That's
And
the Pine Creek theorem. Actually, one of my good friends, Pine Creek, he says that women have converted more men than all apologetics.
yeah. And and I don't think that's conducive to like really finding the truth about God because it's people don't I don't think that people generally, including whether atheist or Christian or any other religion or whatever, I don't think most people base their at root beliefs on logic and reason. Um, it's just presumption, a lot of presumption, some experience, and then I don't know. But people fill in blanks. You're so right. People do fill in blanks where they don't actually know God is this way or that way. And you'll see it even from people who are strict about following the Bible. They will interpret it in a way that it doesn't even so that the Bible doesn't actually mean what it says. We run into this all the time on my show and on the Jesse Lee Peterson show, my show, The Hake Report. So I can totally see what you mean. You are right. It's an interesting statement about the wait and see people getting killed and eaten. But those wait and see people, if they're cool headed, they can oftentimes survive better than the people who panic about the rustling in the bushes and be better rewarded if they're cool headed and alert as opposed to just off the deep end waiting and seeing because there's a time to run. There's a time to flee. But I don't know. That's very interesting. You brought up about stuff in the Bible, a lot of it being disproven or not, helping to explain physical reality. But how about, well, I don't know if you meant it this way. What about the stuff in the Bible that is just wise, true statements that just ring true to yourself? Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, like the golden rule, those kind of things. Sure, there's lots of general wisdom in the Bible, but most of it originates from other religions. Like the golden rule is predated in Hinduism. Most of the wisdom is predated in the older religions. Like I think the oldest monotheism is Zoroastrianism, and there's the oldest religions that I know about are Jainism and Hinduism, and most of those seem to be even more wise and moral. Like Jainism specifically is absolute nonviolence. They advocate for animal rights and of all kinds. They value all conscious beings, and I think that's even more moral than the wisdom we find in the Bible. And so I think that it's like the statement, even a blind squirrel can find a nut. Uh,
Yeah,
there's a lot of statements in the Bible. It's quite a hefty book in general, and so
right.
there's got to be some statements that are probably pretty wise, while a lot of them are very not wise. Like my favorite quote in the Bible is 2 Kings 2:24. Do you happen to know that one off the top of your head?
No, I don't know it off the top of my head.
It's the one where um, 40 children are making fun of two bald guys, and God sends
Oh yeah.
the bears to go maul the 40 children. Great wisdom. I love the wisdom of that. So there
Yeah,
are
watch out,
obviously,
kids.
yeah, don't make fun of bald guys. It's like
Right.
that's the moral of the story. But yeah, so I think that even though there is some wisdom in some of the Bible, there's also a lot of not very good wisdom in the Bible too, like the "don't wash your hands" thing that Jesus said, or the mustard seed is the smallest seed. There's lots of things in the Bible that aren't very good. So even though there are some correct things, if this was really a book written by the creator of the universe, you'd expect all of the statements to be correct and accurate and true and not ridiculous, while as many of them are quite ridiculous. So I don't think that the fact that there are some good principles would make it meaningful to treat this as if it was a holy book or it was a guide to the universe.
um, he didn't say that he didn't. Did he say that this mustard seed is the smallest seed?
Yes.
I thought that he said if you have faith as small as a mustard seed, then you can move mountains or something like that. But
I think
I don't think that he said that it's the smallest seed.
uh,
Or somebody might, I don't know. Maybe some biblical scholars thought that it was the smallest seed, but I don't know of him as. I mean, that's not even a wisdom saying. That's just him making a point about faith. I think, as I recall.
yeah, it's
Well,
the very next sentence is uh, it is the smallest of all seeds.
oh, okay, nice. Probably this was it the smallest of all seeds in that area?
I think I don't know. I haven't researched that. I believe there are some that were rarer, but they might have been smaller in the area. But mostly, yeah, it was one of the smallest ones in the area that people knew about for sure.
Nice. See, um, but his point was like it only takes a little bit of faith, and faith is interesting because people use throw around the term faith, kind of like they throw around the term quote unquote love, and I don't think that they know what they're talking about. And I see in your chat, I just happened to look down in your chat. Travis Statham says, "Define faith for us, Hake." I don't know. It's a good question. You think that Jainism is? You think that not harming anybody or anything is the most? Would that be in your objective moral? You believe in objective morality. Would that
Yes.
be in your objective moral?
Yeah, it's in
Uh,
Jesus's also. So turn the other cheek. Like It's the same idea of that even when someone wrongs you, rather than hitting them back, you turn the other cheek. Jainism
Uh-huh.
just takes that to a much more extreme of don't harm anyone even if they're attacking you. So yes, I think that that is a more moral person. So if you compare two people, like imagine an attacker is coming to harm you, and one person like shoots them or whatever in self-defense, and the
Yeah.
other person just says, I will not harm you because I value life that much, that I will never harm someone, even someone who's attacking me. And he lets the attacker kill him. Like that person, I think, is a far more moral individual. Obviously, not the most rational, but more moral for sure. So yeah, I
You
think
think
that,
so?
yeah, definitely.
I think that's taking it to like you could even argue that it's not moral because he won't even do that to protect people, innocent people, right? Or
No,
no?
they will do it to protect innocent people because then they weigh the lives of the people to be harmed. But if it's
Okay.
just themselves, so if they're sacrificing just themselves, then they will do that rather than harm another person. And that seems to be extremely moral. That seems to be taking the turn the other cheek from Jesus very literally.
Yeah, and I don't know if Jesus meant it like that. I don't think he did. Um, huh. Interesting.
You said a few things. You said that people use the term God in an incorrect way and the term faith. Could you explain, like, what is the correct way to approach
And
learning
love
about God? Yeah.
and love. I think that you have the right. Well, you mentioned the wait and see type of thing because people tend to say stuff is God when it has nothing to do with God. People will say, "Oh, God told me this. God told me that. I prayed to God and I talked to God." And really most of the time I think people are talking to themselves or to the ego, to Satan. And so I think that people should have more of a like what you said, wait and see and stick with what you know as opposed to assume. Does that
Yeah,
make
for
sense?
sure. Is there, but is there a more like when we say wait and see, is this wait until after we die and see, or is there some kind of a
No.
methodology to like differentiate correct um, interpretations of God or incorrect interpretations of God here and now?
I think that you can sense genuineness sometimes, or some people can anyway, in people. I think most of us are blind and stubborn, and we're going to cling to our favorite lies, and they're kind of almost chosen for us in a way. Like I don't think that we really. I don't even know if there is such a thing as thinking for yourself. You know what I mean? Um,
Not exactly.
so they say think for yourself. And so the liberals are saying, "Oh, I'm thinking for myself," and the conservatives say, "I'm thinking for myself." But really, I don't know that people are thinking for themselves. They hear information and sometimes it may change their mind, but for the most part, people aren't changed by so much information as every now and then, like there's an eye-opening thing. Something comes in at the right time to enlighten you or to change your mind. Like your experience with you grew up in this thing where you thought that you were going to be praying and healing from the depression thing, and then you kind of fell away from that. Like people's lives develop like that, kind of more naturally, as opposed to. I don't think that it's actually thinking for yourself. It's just thinking. Does that make sense? I
Yeah,
don't believe that there's like a. It's not. It's like not even a free will. It just happens to you. Does that make sense?
sort of. Yeah, I think that there's definitely in group and out group biases where people just believe what their group tells them just because it's a part of their social cohesion thing. I think that's both on the left and the right, and in religious groups and in many atheist groups. But I would say that, for example, the atheists seem to be approaching trying to learn about God in the most genuine way possible. They read the Bible, they test prayer, they try to compare the statements in the Bible to reality. I mean, there's several studies that have been done on atheists' knowledge of the Bible versus Christians, and atheists tend to have a greater knowledge of the Bible because they spend a lot of time researching it because they take it very seriously.
Yeah.
And so, do you think that that is a good way to approach trying to learn about God, of reading the Bible, trying to compare its statements to reality, seeing if it has wisdom that you agree with or things you disagree with. Is that a correct way to approach trying to learn about God?
Um, I suppose if you're sincere about it, people search in, they say, seek and you will find, like in the Bible, I think it says,
Hmm.
seek and you will find when you, if you seek with all your heart. And I, I think if people who are really searching, they'll probably go, they'll probably go in ways that are dead ends frequently, but I think that those who are really seeking will find what they're looking for eventually. Yeah. I don't know if the atheists are doing it in that way. Many atheists are like on a mission to, some atheists are, it seems like, are on a mission to like disprove it, or, like you said, try prayer. Like if they are predisposed to be atheists, I mean, they can't really help but be atheists. They can't, they already kind of don't want to believe in God anymore. So, and then
We
the people who wanted to believe in God, they can't help but just want to believe in God, but they can't, you can't force your beliefs by desire either. Either you see it or you don't.
Well,
I think
usually
that's
for atheists, it's because they were brought up Christian and they're
right.
losing faith and they're desperately trying to cling to it. So they're trying to find any
Oh
connection
yeah.
with reality that they can use to bolster their faith. They're trying to say, they look into the history and say, well, did this really happen? Is this supported by history? And when they find out it's not, like many young earth creationists, this is a very common thing for young earth creationists to lose their faith, is when they look into the
Yeah.
age of the earth and they realize, oh, cosmic microwave background radiation 13.8 billion years ago, that's a lot more than 6,000 years. Or dinosaurs, which are millions of years old, or we have societies that are over 6,000 years. When they actually look into the history and it contradicts the version of the Bible they were taught, that's when they lose their faith. And the same thing happened to many people. I think there was a poll that was a few years ago that stated half of the reason why people leave Christianity was for moral reasons, and half was for scientific inaccuracy reasons. And so it seems like atheists, the vast majority of them, is like they're trying to bolster their faith when they're losing it, and when they actually look into the data, it ends up challenging their faith more. And so they are usually genuinely looking to try and believe, but they usually find
Okay.
things that weaken their faith.
Yeah. Like I said, you can't really make yourself believe something. Um, and that's interesting. I have a suspicion, and I think it might be common, that a lot of times this happens in adolescence or post-adolescence, where people are getting into sex and all this other mess, and they're just going deeper and deeper into hell because kids start out bright and free and happy and honest, and then as they become kind of like dead. I've seen it so often when they become like 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and then so they start to lose like the morals, perhaps false idea about morals, if you will, but they also like kind of throw out the baby with the bathwater, because I can't picture somebody, I mean, I suppose it's possible, right? I can't picture somebody really being in an existential crisis about the age of the earth and stuff like that, because none of that stuff matters to me either way or bothers me either way, because it doesn't affect my life in reality. You know what I mean? But they go in and look for stuff to prove it. And I do find that there is this excitement among both Christians and secular type people to prove or disprove this or that, or find quote unquote reasons to believe, and have these stories of people going, dying and seeing heaven and then coming back and telling the story. It's all this, to me it's like a shallow intellectual justification for just something that should be informing how you live from within.
So do you think, is there any justification that would give you a reason to believe, or is it mostly just something that informs how you should live in a meaningful way? Is that the primary reason you think it's beneficial to believe in God?
For me, um, I have this assumption about God that it's that um, living for Him really would be the best for me, the best for my life. And so that's the root, I think, for me, for why I both like believe on an intellectual level and like want to like really believe and follow it.
Could you say that again?
The reason that I have this assumption about God that um really following him, really seeking after him, like being God's man, if you will, would be the best for me in my life. So it's kind of like a selfish reason that I want to be following God.
So best for you, how? Like, there's the prosperity gospel who think that if you follow God, you'll get lots of money. Is it that kind of thing, or more like fulfillment kind of a thing? It'll give you more fulfillment.
Yeah, it's more like peace. Yeah, fulfillment, I guess. Peace. Um, the money thing is not like a. I mean, I don't want to be too rich or too poor. Like the Bible says, don't let me be too rich so that I forget God, and don't let me be too. Which maybe that's what's happening with all these atheists popping up because we have such a spoiled culture, right? That we get to spend our time thinking about this stuff. And don't let me be too poor that I get tempted to steal or whatever. So it's not so much the prosperity thing; it's more about the peace and fulfillment, and yeah, like the self-respect kind of thing.
So if people were happier or had better lives for them with different ideologies, do you think they'd be justified in rejecting Christianity?
Um, yeah, I mean, I suppose they would be if they wanted to do that. It's totally fine with me. And as far as justified in rejecting Christianity, I I sup I suppose, but I don't know if they objectively would be. I would question it. You know what I mean?
Well, sort of. That's
Because
what I'm asking because it seemed like you
yeah,
said the primary reason you believe is because you think it's best for you.
yeah.
And if people gained more value and fulfillment from different ideologies, atheism or Hinduism or Jainism or whatever, would they be just as justified to say, well, this is why we reject Christianity because this gives us more fulfillment than Christianity?
They would be justified in that, but I don't think that that's what they would run into in reality.
What do you mean?
Because my assumption is that Christianity is the right way.
For everyone?
Yeah. I mean, people it does say like in the Bible that people because we're all made by God, people naturally have the right way within them to live. So even without having the law, they follow the law naturally.
Well, that'll be a second question I want to ask about. But it seems like there's many people who live more fulfilled lives without religion than with it. Um, are you saying that if they went back to religion, somehow they would be happier, or uh, yeah?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, they definitely can. They can return to it in a more real way as opposed to all the false assumptions that they were brought up with or whatever. They can return to it in a real way, but um, it wouldn't be in the same way that they had left it.
What is the real way? So how would an atheist return to Christianity in the real way that would give them more fulfillment than the current lives that they have right now?
An atheist would uh, just have no. An atheist would have no assumptions and no pretenses
What do you mean? Like,
because people come to religion with all these assumptions and pretenses and God's gonna heal me from this and that, and he's gonna, I don't know, give me a wife or whatever. And that's not how reality works. So they'll be more based in reality, if you will.
how could they be more based in reality? Because I think like the goal of most atheists is to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible, and so they build most of their ideology based on reality to the highest extent they can. how could they include God in that and have it be based in reality in a way that is more so than science?
By being open to God, because science and intellect are pretty they don't have much to do with how people really live.
What do you mean? Because science has a pretty important impact on how I live. TVs,
It
healthcare, insurance, cars, phones, cool phones.
Yeah, those things are just like physical things, but in your like your morals, right? You believe in this objective morality thing. That doesn't I suppose you could say, "Oh, it's scientific," because I'm basing it off of observation and results and stuff. But science is just an observation thing, testing and observing. And that's what that's what life is supposed to be, is like test observing and living.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. But I'd say that most atheists have tested and observed that the Christian way of life causes them a lot of suffering and they don't get fulfillment from it. And the atheist or other religions, they do get a lot of fulfillment from. So how could they go back to the Christian way of life and get more fulfillment from that? Because it seems like you're saying that you believe Christianity is the right way for everybody, but when they're actually living their
I don't know if
lives,
I would put it on everybody, but because most people are gonna reject it and just not see it. But go ahead.
yeah,
But go
because the
ahead. Yeah.
question, the statement was is that it seems like you're saying that people would be happier if they were Christians or if they lived Christian lives, and to me that
Yeah.
seems inaccurate. I think that many people, most people would probably be less happy if they did that, which is why they're leaving because they found a better way to live, a happier way to live without Christianity.
But most atheists, I mean, I don't know if I've met an atheist who's really at peace, who's like an admirable person. I haven't met many people, period, who are really at peace or admirable people. The only ones that I have met have been Christians. But I would say that most people aren't really, they're just gonna find like a measure of imitation peace, and most people are just headed for hell anyway. I mean, most people aren't gonna accept God. I think that's biblical even, that most people are gonna reject it, gonna reject reality. So
Well,
they will have like they'll be more at peace because they don't want anything to do with God or reality.
isn't that a contradiction with what you said? Because if being Christian makes you more at peace, then how can people be more at peace by being not Christian?
They are more at peace because they're not gonna accept it anyway, and if you're not gonna accept the truth, then you can never be at peace with the truth. If you can accept it, then you like, if it was given to you by God to accept the truth, to see the truth and accept it, then you will accept it, and then you will be at peace with it. But most people hate the truth. Like, you see people overreacting to, like, Trump when he said something that was true, or people overreact to Jesse Lee Peterson when he says stuff that's true, and he's just saying something that's true and being totally peaceful about it. But most people reject that, and it disturbs their peace, so they're more at peace staying away from the truth than they are being at war with it.
Well,
But my position is still that Christianity is still the right way. I wouldn't say that it's for everybody, but it's the right way, and it should be kind of imposed on the world, you know what I mean? Like, politically, like, the Christians should be imposing on everybody else rather than everybody else imposing on the Christians, but that's a separate subject, kind of.
well, yeah, that does seem to tie in because it seems like to me the best way to assess happiness is like we were talking before, test and see. We should test the different ways, find out what works best, and then go with what works best. I think science. I'm a big science advocate, so I think that's the best way to do it. And it seems like a lot of people are going away from Christianity. In fact, the majority of the world is going away from Christianity because it works better for them in a lot of ways. It seems like Christianity is an archaic system that was beneficial for a certain people or a certain time period. But now, as we are advancing in technology, that we have better ideologies, more moral ideologies, things that can give us better insight into the current world. And inform our lives and how we can live them in a better way than Christianity did. Um, I don't understand why you think it's that the old Christianity, which seems like an archaic religion, would give us a better way of life today, when it seems to be something that doesn't really apply to modern life and seems to apply more to life thousands of years ago.
But does it though? Because there's some basic wisdom about dealing with people and about men and women that and about sexual stuff and all that stuff that is basic to New Testament Christianity, like one wife, one man, one woman. Um, Husbands, love your wives. Wives, respect your husbands. Children, obey your parents. And that's being thrown out the window. And yes, the rest of the world is rejecting that, but the rest history, as you know, I think, does this. It goes in like waves. So we're in a wave where we're just going down. As we're getting more and more spoiled in life, we're going downhill morally. And in your perception of scientific measures of happiness, which I don't know how you can really measure happiness because people are in states of denial and all that stuff. Like you and I argued about the transgender thing because you thought that the transgenders are feeling happier because they are making changes to their body and putting things in their body that makes them feel more at peace and have a greater so-called sense of well-being. But these are not things that are based in reality. It's based in like a scientific study of statistics on people's feelings rather than rather than and we're bending more towards like communism, atheism, globalist socialism, and there's a major divide among the people in many of the countries on whether we're progressing or falling into hell.
So a few things there would be like the measure of happiness. Like we can scientifically measure happiness based off of fMRI scans of the brain. Like we can measure if you're in a heightened level of stress by measuring the amount of cortisol going to your brain and how that deteriorates your brain if you experience too much of it. So you can have certain conditions if you're in a heightened level of stress too often, like people in war. Soldiers would experience this where they're in such a heightened level of stress, it deteriorates their brain. That's how they get PTSD. So we can measure a level of comfort and uh, emotional sanctity of a person by the amount of chemicals in their brain and the fMRI scans to see if they're relaxed. Like we do fMRIs on people meditating and yogis, and they seem to be at an extremely relaxed state with lots of serotonin and very little cortisol, and so they seem to be a very healthy mental state in the Buddhist and Hindu meditation realms. Whereas people who are worried about a god seem to be much more stressed, especially about the afterlife and relatives relationships with the being, all kinds of things. So it seems like we can actually measure happiness and stress very scientifically by measuring brain activity levels and chemicals in the brain. And so we can know that this ideology or this method is better for people's psychological health and well being than this ideology. So it's not just internal asking about people's emotions, but more looking at fMRIs, looking at the brain scans to know what a healthy brain looks like versus what an unhealthy brain looks like. Just like we can look at an unhealthy lung and compare it to a healthy lung, we can see the different patterns in the activity to know which one is good and which one is bad. And it seems like so we can actually measure if someone is doing better psychologically than other people by their brain scans. Like depression can be measured by these things too. So it seems like we can determine that yes, this person is doing better than they were when they were a Christian, or this person is psychologically more healthy when they go through a transgender therapy or whatever. We can measure that scientifically rather than just doing asking them about how they feel.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, the people have the wrong idea about Christianity, so they start thinking about stuff that they start getting into their imagination about the afterlife. Um, why not look at the root, question the root of not to harp too much on the transgender thing because it's a side topic, but why not look at the root of the transgenders, why they feel this way that's detached from reality? like their mothers, their parents, their upbringing, stuff like that?
Oh, that is
Or do people
definitely.
look like that?
They do. This is so Robert Sapolsky, professor, Stanford. He looks into all kinds. There's all kinds of research on this about what causes people to develop the certain kind of psychological aptitudes that they have, and there's this massive, massive study. It's a twin study with I think 16,000 different twins, where they found these all over different countries in the world, and found twins that were separated at birth. So like one was given to adoption, one was kept by the family, and they compared psychological trends of those two individuals as they grew up and when they were adults. And they tracked this over 20 years. This was a 20-year study over this just massive, massive group of twins. And they found that a lot of the things that develop in their psychology is mostly due to their biology. It has nothing like their upbringing is completely different because they're in completely different families, completely different social situations, different monetary situations, different education. All these things are different, but but when they grow up, they seem to have a lot of similar belief structures because a lot of their structures are determined by their biology, unless they go over severe trauma. So severe trauma can definitely change that, or significant amounts of happiness and joy can change that. But since the average human being, essentially, as long as you're in a first world nation, is decent in general, the outcome is more tended towards biology than from social impacts in the world in their upbringing. So things like transgender have been identified as natural phenomenon in the brain, just like other kinds of psychological phenomenon. It has nothing to do with upbringing as much as it does certain kinds of pathways that are developed because of gene connections.
You think gene connections? What about the state of the mind of the mother or the state of being of the mother during pregnancy? I wonder if have that has that been looked into?
State of being, like yes, like if the mother is in a higher level of stress, that doesn't really cause transgenderism as much. It causes other things. It can cause
Mhm.
depression, anxiety in kids. Yeah, so the mother's mental state and the chemicals being released by the mother definitely affect the child. I don't think any of that could cause transgenderism specifically. It's too much too specific.
Yeah.
There's definitely impacts that can happen, and I know that if the mother is too stressed, that can cause a huge negative impact on the psychology of the child for sure. But those are usually much bigger problems than transgenderism. Those are like
Yeah.
super bad psychological things that really screw you up. That can cause like forget what they are all. There's actually big conditions kids can get if they're exposed to too much stress as a child that can be completely debilitating in the brain. But yeah, they can definitely have an impact, but it's unlikely to have such a specific impact to make someone transgender. That's highly unlikely.
Yeah. Did they have they looked into, like, the how a lot of this stuff is catching, it's cool now. It seems to be like, um seems like there have been waves where more people end up being gay, quote unquote gay, or into the um unnatural sexual relations or whatever. You know how it's cool now and all that's promoted and there's others around them. Is that have they looked into like how it's catching? You know what I
Yeah,
mean by catching, like contagious,
yeah,
social
yeah.
contagion?
Yeah, so the social acceptability impact seems to have more to do with how often people are willing to admit it. Like they've done different measures of cultures throughout time to see how many have like what percent is LGBT or something. Like and it seems
Yeah.
like it never goes above like 5 to 10% of the culture, and that's the same
10?
usually across all different species and groups. It's doesn't really grow much because of societal. It's usually biological, and this is the same across not just humans. All lots of species have gay and non-standard heterosexual relationships, and so it seems to just be a natural phenomenon because of biology. And it's always the amount that is affected by sociology just seems to be how willing people are to be honest about it, not as much it doesn't actually affect the rate. The rate seems to be determined by biology.
In this case, honesty is not necessarily a good thing because you don't want to it's something that should not be encouraged to be promoted. It should be something that because everybody has their issues, right? It should be something that's encouraged to keep quiet and overcome it if you can, or just keep quiet about it and deal with it deal with it quietly in the closet.
Well, I'm not so sure about that. I think that if something is a biologically determined fact that you have no control over, and as long as you're not doing anything immoral, then we should allow it. I don't think there's anything wrong with homosexual relationships. I think that it's two consenting adults and they're fine to do whatever they want together. I don't think it's immoral at all. I don't think there's any reason to think it's immoral.
It seems pretty obviously kind of an 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 unnatural, like a like what that guy Xander Hall told me. They call it homophobia, phobia, or transphobia. Phobia doesn't mean fear. He said it means aversion.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
seems
it
like
means
people have
fear.
a natural aversion, even they themselves are kind of disoriented. It's like a sexual disorientation where they're like, this seems wrong, and they know that something doesn't seem right about it. I think that it's I think that we all have issues and we don't know. I mean, you can say that there may be a biological weakness in them, but it's not I don't think that it's something that should be encouraged at all.
Well, to me, like it does seem natural. It seems like this homosexual relationships are a thing that happen through all species. Like it's
Oh,
not.
like animal like,
Yeah.
but we're not supposed to act like the animals. We're supposed to act like dignified human beings.
Well, I think that would be two separate things there. The first thing is that is it natural, and to answer is it natural, we would look at all the other animals and say yes, they do it too. So it's pretty natural. I mean, that seems like a good way to define natural is if other things in nature are doing it a lot. Um, I don't know, like I don't see
Are
why.
like 5 to 10% of animals doing that mess too?
Yeah, yeah, it's all across
Really,
all
it's 5 to
species.
10.
I think it is
That's
of all
crazy.
mammals. I think it's
Wow.
of all mammal, any mammal species, they all have that same kind of proclivities, and more in some. Like I think different kinds of chimps have significantly higher rates of homosexual relationships. Snakes
Yeah,
definitely have
they're like
a ton
hypersexual.
more, but I don't see why it would be. So it definitely seems natural to me. It definitely seems like yeah, this is a biological thing. It happens in all species. It doesn't seem to be a human thing at all. It's definitely a pretty common thing among animals. Um, but I don't see why it would be any more dignified to not have homosexual relationships. Like to me, it seems like again, if there's consenting adults, the dignified thing to do is to say you can do whatever you consensually agree to in a relationship. I don't see why we should say no, don't do these consensual actions and only do these consensual actions.
Oh, yeah. No, there's a lot of things that people should stray away from, I think, that are just a lack of dignity and not good for you either. Um, yeah, interesting. Wow.
Well, that would be like how and why. Why do you think they're not good for you? Why do you think they're less dignified? Because to me, I'm again measuring this off of fMRIs, off of brain scans, and say what is the mental health of the individual, and we can measure mental health of people, and if they are homosexual and they are in homosexual relationships that are consensual, they seem to be healthier than if they try to go through like conversion therapy. Like people have done fMRIs on people who've gone through conversion therapy. It seems to make them more miserable. So if they reject their nature, it seems to make them worse off psychologically than if they accept it and find ways to constructively and healthily express their nature. It seems to be better off psychologically. That's what the science seems to say, as far as I can tell. So why would you think that that's unhealthy or that we should avoid that or that's undignified? Because that seems to be the opposite from what I can tell.
Well, I mean, you look around you, the ones who are like radical and in your face are just some of the most miserable people. I
Well,
mean, we
that
all
that that
see
applies
that.
to every ideology. So the Republicans on Twitter, the Democrats on Twitter, the
Fair enough.
atheists on Twitter. It's all they're all the ones that you hear the most about are the most annoying because the
Yeah.
news prioritizes the most annoying ones because it gets the most clicks. That's the news's fault. Blame the news.
um, but it's I don't know. I don't see that that's a dignified thing, and the activity, especially among the males, is it results in like a whole lot of disease and early death and all kinds of madness. But it just on the face of it, I think it's natural for people to have a natural aversion to it. And the push nowadays is to subvert what's natural to make us all accept what's unnatural, and even alter our bodies in unnatural ways and stuff like that. So
Well,
and in what go ahead.
yeah, you mentioned that we have a natural aversion to it. We have a natural aversion to lots of things and lots of natural things. Like aversion doesn't mean it's unnatural. It just means that evolution has designed us in such a way that we want to avoid it. So it
Right.
doesn't necessarily mean it's bad or unnatural just because we have an aversion to it. Like social aversions happen all the time, and they're usually things we have to overcome to make progress. Like I remember there was the aversion to dead bodies was a big one. Um, that was it was illegal in many Islamic countries to ever desecrate a dead body because of this aversion, but people overcame that and ignored it. And the Islamic priests were making the exact same argument you are. No, this is unnatural. We have this aversion to it. We shouldn't be messing with dead bodies. But by understanding dead bodies, we made essentially all of the progress in science, in biology, and medicine that we have now by
Yeah.
overcoming that. So it seems like overcoming these aversions and finding ways to um, avoid the negative things while achieving the positive things seems to be a better way of life than just accepting these aversions are naturally true and then just living by them. It seems like we've made lots of progress by overcoming these aversions and finding ways to overcome these natural limitations that we have and live better lives because of it.
But most people should avoid dead bodies, and when I say aversion, I don't mean taking it to like extremes. You still treat people by as with decency, even if they act like undignified animals. But you still that that's I'm not saying that you don't treat people well. I'm just saying that that I don't see how that I don't see how it's been beneficial to society to be all embracing and accepting and promoting of this LGBTIQ madness.
I'm not sure what you mean. It seems very beneficial to the individuals that we allow to have
No,
happy lives.
no, it hasn't been beneficial to them.
How so?
They've embraced they've embraced their perversions rather than showing respect for society and hiding them.
Right, and they are happier, so they live happier lives. So it seems like that's better. Like I
Ha-
mean, you could say
happiness is deceiving.
happiness is deceiving.
Yeah,
How?
we all know this.
I don't know this. I don't understand. How is happiness deceiving? I don't get it.
You can feel like, okay, when a for example, when a transgender quote unquote comes out and does the some of the steps to become more affirmed in his delusion as as a transgender, feels great bliss, and then some of them reality hits, and some of them they continue to hide from reality and keep that maintain this form of happiness. They get into drugs and all kinds of uh, different relationships and surround themselves. They have to hide away from the people telling them the truth. They prevent you from misgendering them because you can't expose them to reality. So people have a people live a lie in order to maintain happiness. That's not the ultimate goal. This this feeling of or this SMRI thing. What did you call it?
fMRI, functional
fMRI.
magnetic resonance imaging.
Yeah,
The thing measures brain activity. Like
because oftentimes, yeah. Go ahead.
that seems to be a pretty reliable way to measure happiness. We can see like we can measure how your brain is, what the chemical composition of it is, like what's going on, what are the developmental stages of it. Does it look like a depressed brain or a happy brain? Because we can compare the differences in brain structure, and we can compare it over time. We can say, okay, after 10 years, after 20 years, how does it look? Is it healing or is it becoming more damaged, more like a depressed brain, more like a happy brain? And we can see the patterns in the psychological structure that yeah they're like happy normal brains now rather than super stressed depressed brains that they we can literally compare for transgender people or for gay people who are honest with themselves and live out the lives that they value, whether they're like a more healthy brain or more like an unhealthy brain, just like we can compare a smoker, whether it's like a healthy lung or an unhealthy lung. And it seems like that people in the LGBT community who are accepting, get into loving relationships, have regular lives, are more happy than those that don't, that go into like conversion therapy or rejection and denial. Those people seem to be much worse off, specifically in Christian communities where people being gay is seen as a sin because it's in the Bible. If you're gay and Christian and you see it as a sin, this seems to cause a great deal of stress and cause your life to be miserable when we measure fMRIs. Whereas if you reject Christianity or reject that aspect and become like a progressive Christian or something, you seem to be much happier off and have a better standard of life. And we seem to be able to like literally measure this in the brain.
Yeah, because they can't overcome it, so they just accept it. But still, I think that they are quote unquote honest with themselves, but then they can't allow the Christians and the normal people to be honest with them, and then they start these hate speech laws, and now everybody can't be honest anymore and speak freely, and we no longer have freedom of speech.
Well, sure. I'm for free speech. So I'm not a fan of hate speech laws like the Jordan Peterson thing, but I don't see that as I don't see that as like a big thing. Like that's obviously what the news talks about, but that's not as much of an issue as gay marriage. Like gay marriage, I think is a great thing. That's been hugely beneficial to the psychology of many, many people in the country. I don't see why that positive would be outweighed by the negative of speech laws, which are essentially kind of being rejected. They're essentially accepted by Democrats just as a virtue signal, and they don't really take it seriously or implement them anywhere. So it doesn't seem to be like that's like a huge negative thing compared to the massive positive things that we've given from human rights and to the value of millions of people's lives.
So, so the minority of Christians and people getting prosecuted for so-called hate crimes, hate speech violations and First Amendment violations. I mean, it is First Amendment violations, the hate crimes thing. That's fine. It's just overplayed, but it's fine. The rare cases of that is fine, as long as we can have the gays think that they're married and thinking that they're in loving relationships.
Well, there's always some amount of laws that are misused. Like that's always the case for every group. So the fact that we have protections against some group and that some minority of people misuse those protections to attack or demonize those they don't like is true of everyone. That's true of every law. So every like religious protection is the same thing. The fact that we have religious protections, people take advantage of that to extort money and to manipulate people. So I wouldn't say that because some minority of people take advantage of a law in a negative way, therefore we should get rid of the law. I mean, obviously, the fact that some people use guns to kill other people doesn't mean that we should get rid of the Second Amendment, right? I mean, you would agree that the fact that a minority misuses the law doesn't mean that we should take away the rights of the majority.
Yeah. I don't see how the same-sex marriage thing has been beneficial at all. It's just been validating the notion that it's been kind of undermining the notion that we need a man and a woman and children at a time when we need more men and women making children than ever, especially in America and in the white countries that are accepting this, or the diverse countries, I guess there are, that are accepting this stuff.
Well, I think that should be left up to the individual of whether or not they want kids, but
but they're not leaving it to the individual. They're pushing this notion that same-sex marriage is real and it's fine and it's loving and love is love, but they don't have any idea what love is. These are not loving people.
well, I don't see any difference.
I'm not saying that I'm not saying just the gays are not loving people. I'm saying the people who are supporting the gays are not loving at all.
Well, I don't see them as pushing it on. Like they're not pushing gay marriage. They're not like saying you should marry the same sex.
Gay marriage. That was not.
No. I mean,
it was not even something popularly voted on. It was popularly voted against.
No. I mean, anyway. They don't push individuals to get married to the same
Right.
sex.
Yeah.
They're like, if you want to, then you can. They're pushing
Yeah.
the rights of the individuals to be able to choose gay marriage, but they never try to push individuals to get married in a hetero or homosexual way. It's always up to the individual. So I don't see how your argument holds there, because it seems like giving people the option to do that, because if they're homosexual, they're not attracted to the opposite sex, so they're not going to have kids anyway, presumably. Giving them the option to get
Many of them
married,
do.
most of them don't. It's very rare, but many of them
Yeah.
choose to. Once they get married, they have health benefits. They have the ability to have a more stable home, more stable income, happier lives, productive. They're significantly more productive in the economy, and this affects millions of people. It's about, I forget, some percentage of several million, 5 to 10 million Americans or something. Giving them improved lives so that they can be have a better psychological standing and then a better impact on the economy seems to have a huge positive benefit for everyone, rather than persecuting them. So it seems like there's been tons of benefits of allowing
You
gay
think it's
marriage.
you think it's persecuting them, not pretending that this is a marriage?
Yes, because it seems to be like there's no real functional difference. Like, it just means two people who love each other, who are building a family together, and use that as a way to have financial and social security. It doesn't seem to be any different.
But there's a plain difference because they can't build a family. They have to go outside of their homosexuality to build a to become quote unquote parents.
Well, so do people who can't have kids, but that's also a thing. Like, many women can't have kids, but they still adopt, so they can still build a family. Like, I don't see
But
any
that doesn't
difference.
make but that doesn't make homosexuality. There's a big difference between that and homosexuality.
Uh,
We know that.
from the perspective of like what
A
benefits
man
the
and a woman can have
economy,
actual sex. A man and a man cannot have actual sex. They have to have some weird kind of thing.
from the perspective of an economic benefit, the economic benefit is the same either way. So if they're raising kids and taking kids from foster homes, which has been proven to have the kids get better lives, benefits the economy. Like, if they are psychologically in a better place and work more effectively, that benefits the economy. If they're allowed to start businesses, that benefits the economy. Like, all of the things of giving, um,
That's ill-gotten gain though, because women working has quote unquote benefited the economy, but at what cost? Like the families have fallen apart and now like people can't afford to have just I mean they can, but it's much more difficult for the man to work and the woman to stay at home and raise the kids. Now they have to have the state raise the kids. What a mess. So this ill-gotten gain of benefiting the economy, you guys will accept anything.
well, seem to be unconnected things. Like, it seems like there are many countries where women have the right to work and can also raise a family. Like, it seems to be like an American issue because of what I'd say are Republican economic policies and many Democratic economic policies that led to that. I don't think that's the fault of allowing women to work. I think that's the fault of bad economic policies, and it seems we can prove that by looking at other countries where women also have work, but they can stay at home and afford childcare and get significant amounts of maternity leave and healthcare. And child support is more prevalent and it's less expensive to have kids be taken care of. Like, it seems like we can solve those problems economically. Those aren't a result of letting women work. That's a result of economic policy. So I don't
But
think that's a
women
comparison.
it is because women working has doubled the workforce.
Yeah.
So you have a surplus in labor when people don't and so therefore you have all this they have more money coming in, but they're able to pay less. And yeah, I mean you can bring in more subversion and socialism and government being the daddy and government being the mother taking care of the kids and stuff like that, or whoever subsidizing it. But I think it's you're turning things into more and more unnatural and going away from the family, which is going away from the best of civilization.
Well, what do you mean by the best of civilization? Because to me, it seems like we are right now is the best of civilization. There is no better time to be alive ever.
It's interesting times, that's for sure, because people are spoiled. They're all into are delusions and perversions, and there's all kinds of evil being accepted and promoted. It's sort of a soft evil, a nicey nice evil, as opposed to like the old school manly evil of like killing and pillaging. Although I think that's quite a bit of that is actually happening.
Nice evil.
Um,
But
there's a soft evil and there's a hard evil. In you know, and then there's like the babies getting killed out of sight, out of mind. We don't have to worry about it. But if you show them, it triggers some people. But there's a lot of interesting things going on. I will grant you that.
well, what are your thoughts on what I said about this seems to be the best time to be alive ever in human history ever, based on any standard?
It
Would you say that
it's
is there a better
it.
time?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't know my history. Um, and I wouldn't want to change it anyway. I live in this body and I live in these times, and I wouldn't want to change it. I like the challenge, and I like the benefits too.
Well, I'm
It's
just going back
right
on
now.
what you said, where
Mhm.
you said you didn't see a benefit to all these things. Where to me, I'm seeing lots of benefits. I'm seeing like all of these things seem to be adding progress to human society as a whole, and that we can see that human society is getting better as a whole. And we can see that if we look across history, it seems to be worse in pretty much every respect in the past because we didn't have these things. And as we do become more technologically and intellectually advanced, we do expand the scope of morality to things that we thought were averse before. Like the same arguments you're making are the
Mhm.
arguments that people made in hunter gatherer societies and when they wanted to stop women from working, and all the different conservative viewpoints prior to today always said, no, we shouldn't change things. We should keep things the way they are. But it
Mhm.
seems like changing things have made the world a significantly better place, like in every way. Life expectancy, less war, less death, less crime, more happiness overall. Every measurable respect, more technology, more scientific education, less dogma, less bigotry and racism, less persecuting
Oh
people for
gosh.
no reason. It seems
Uh-huh.
like comparatively, the way things are today is better in every measurable respect to the way they are in the past because of these reforms that we're adding in. I don't see why we should prioritize the
I don't think.
past.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, it's because it seems like you're taking ideas from the past, like the Bible and like um, women's rights and other things, and saying that we shouldn't have these things because it was better in the past. But it doesn't seem to be better in the past when I look at the past.
But you and I weren't there, and maybe those people who were protesting those things were seeing things that were wrong, that were changing, and there were a lot of benefits too that maybe they didn't see or whatever. And yeah, we are living in a spoiled. I don't know if you agree with me that we're living in a spoiled society. I don't think anybody could really disagree with that though.
Well, if by
Um,
spoiled you mean you don't have to like go out and kill animals or you starve to death, I mean, I'm glad I don't have to go hunter and die. I'm glad I don't have to give childbirth without any kind of protection of like doctors. I'm glad I don't have to just suffer and die from appendicitis because we don't have any medicine. Like, yeah, we're
right,
spoiled in the sense that we have lots of protections against nature, which is trying to kill us. And in that sense,
yeah.
I'm glad we're very spoiled in that way.
And
But
so we have the ability to live longer, but also wronger. So spoiling is both beneficial in that in a lot of the ways that you described, but it's also enabling, enabling of all kinds of like all kinds of uh to repeat the word perversions and just mess and needless infighting and misery. And I think women are more miserable today than they were, I don't know, 50, 60 years ago. I don't know if they can measure it beyond that. But the women pretending like they're men and trying to be men and trying to compete with men has not been, I don't think that it's been really beneficial to women spiritually or so-called psychologically or whatever, or kids or men. I think that there's a lot of misery, uh, even with the benefits that you said that we have. But those benefits, I think those are technical, logical benefits and stuff like that. And I don't see how you can say that us adding, throwing in this promoting the gay as right and promoting the LGBT stuff and all this anti-racism stuff. I don't think that you're even for really this anti-racism madness. Um,
I'm definitely
I don't see
against
how you can
racism,
say
but
that.
I'm not for the super far left wing stuff. Like I agree that super SJWs are not my thing, but I can see,
Yeah,
we can compare our culture to other cultures that still have that where women can't work, like Saudi Arabia. They're worse. They're less happy. They're more miserable, and we can compare them to, like, obviously, yeah. Neither of us were there in the 1950s,
yeah.
unless you just look like a phenomenal 90 or whatever. Um, but we can look at the data from back then. We can look at crime rates. We can look at health rates. We can look at
Crime
um,
rates were lower than now. In the 50s?
in some cases, and in some cases, no.
Yeah.
No. So in some cases, not in all cases. In some crimes, not all crimes. And actually, crime rates have been going down, especially murder rates have been going down for 40 years, 50 years. So we're actually, I think, almost at the lowest crime rates of murder rates ever.
I mean, they've kind of come back up again, but you're talking about with the crack epidemic,
Well, I'm talking
where
about like the
in the
night.
80s, 90s,
Yeah, yeah.
in the
So
80s and 90s, it was just off the deep end.
yeah, yeah. So it
Um,
seems like our crime rates
but
are
in the
actually going
50s,
down.
like in the 50s, from the 50s to like the 65, it spiked like crazy, especially in like California, even not just by population. When you go by per capita, it went crazy. And that was part of this um going into the single motherhood thing and this whole push to believe in the racism thing, or the excuses that they've given blacks to be out of control. Oh, you can't help it, it's just racism, and the cops are racist. You're not wrong for being a criminal. And they're again, this feminism, the single mothers, the fathers being absent or just too weak to deal with the mothers because they're just hell to deal with. It has not been a good thing.
Oh, but right. So there was a rise in crime, and now it's going down. So
It's
if the
going down, but at what cost? Because they're turning them all gay. to be exaggerating, but
well, if turning them
they're
gay
turning them
causes the
into like
crime
more
rates,
effeminate, soft, turning them into soft evil. Now they're just evil SJWs who, and they're getting away with breaking a lot of laws, by the way. But yeah, I mean, and crime is going back up again in the
mm,
last
nope,
several years.
still going down.
Yeah, it is.
Still like like
It's
as
going
you
up.
mentioned, there are waves. It goes, but the
Yeah.
trend is down. It's very, very down. But I don't really see if turning people gay lowers crime rates. That seems like a positive aspect of being gay, not a negative aspect, or being
Well,
effeminate.
I'm exaggerating. I'm just turning people into like this womanly, nicey nice patty cake type of evil where people are just have turned in. And oh man, sometimes the LGBT, there is a lot of
What is
um
evil about being effeminate? Like I'm not seeing the evil here. I don't know what the soft evil is that you're describing.
um a soft evil is like passive aggressive, just nasty fighting on Twitter and all that mess, and just to be
Well, I got to
those are
be honest.
evils, and it's not killing, but it's still pathetic, and it's not good for society.
That seems like quite an improvement. So we've gone from killing and rape to yelling at people on Twitter. I think this is a product
Well,
of
I'm saying
improvement.
that, but there's plenty of just evil people, people on drugs and pot and just too dull to do anything. There's there's plenty of violent crimes to this day, and there's plenty of abortions to this day, even though abortions are supposedly going down because people are just either not having sex anymore, or they're using all that protection mess, and so birth
Protection
rates are
mess.
going down.
Like I'm not seeing that as a bad thing either. So I don't really understand when you
You don't see a
define.
declining population as a bad thing?
No, and not if people don't
You
want to
don't?
have kids. No, I don't think like like the Muslim society has a very high population because rape is a thing. There's legal rape and marital rape. I don't see this as a good thing. I don't think allowing or trying to enforce policies that create a more populous society is a good thing. I think the population of society is determined by the choices of the individuals, and so I think it's a good thing that people have a option. It seems like when societies grow technologically, then the population automatically goes down because they choose to have less kids so that they can give a better life to the one or two that they do have, rather than having six kids because three of them may die of hunger. Um,
And then they can help out too.
yes, when the other kids are dying of hunger, the three remaining kids can work together to try and survive. That seems that's the inspiration for having many kids, is that if a lot of your kids are going to die because they're going to starve to death, or because of dysentery, or because of appendicitis, you want to have as many kids as possible so they have a high chance of living. Now, because your kid is pretty much guaranteed with a very high level of certainty to actually reach adulthood, it's much more reasonable to have few kids and then invest your resources into the giving that one kid as much happiness as possible. That seems to be an improvement, not a declining of society, not an evil.
Huh. Um, but you've clearly seen that like China is starting to panic because they're not having enough young people to take care of the growing number of old people.
Yeah,
So
that's a
you can't,
worldwide thing. So it's also in
yeah.
Spain, in America, in Japan. Lots of people are having that problem, but I don't think that's an evil. It's not an evil that people are choosing to have less kids.
I think it's a selfish thing. I think you could say that there's some evil going on in their lives and selfishness and just, this like
I-
I said, spoiled. Go ahead.
I'm not seeing the connection. So I don't understand how having less kids makes you evil or spoiled or
No,
selfish.
you're evil and spoiled, and so you have less kids, fewer kids,
I
or
don't
you.
I don't get it. I don't see a connection between
Okay,
those.
so say there's all this pornography going on in the world, and so people are just into pornography. They're not even going out and meeting people. I would say that that's an evil. I don't know if you would agree.
D-
There's a lot of people doing that protection mess where they have sex out of wedlock all the time and just selfish and
Condoms?
use the women. What's that? Yeah,
Condoms?
condoms and all that
Protectionist?
mess. Yeah, condoms, the pill. And so these women are thinking, "Oh, I'm gonna get my career. I'm gonna get my house. I'm gonna do this and that. I'm gonna get my so-called education." And then they end up all old and miserable, and then they're having these well, I was gonna say they're having these babies, sometimes they're deformed, or they don't even have babies at all, and then they're miserable, probably contributing to the misery of the women.
Well, again, it
Um,
seems like if we're actually looking at psychological data, like they're happier, women are happier. Like obviously,
no, they're not.
you're cherry picking a
Happier than what?
minority than the past.
Women, according to what I heard this from Stefan Molyneux. He said that women and I've heard it multiple times. It's a, I thought that it was a well-known statistic, so I just assumed that it's true, that women are more depressed today than they were, I don't know how many decades ago, but I think women are more so-called depressed than before. Where did you
Uh,
get that they're happier than before?
in aggregate, so like there's obviously more mental illness today than there was in the past. Like depression is higher than it was, suicide is higher than it was.
See?
That is a common thing when you have an abundance of
Okay.
resources. So like people, if you can,
Because they're spoiled. Oh, go ahead.
more like that, you can keep them alive. So if
And empty. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
like
You're right.
if you can take 10 people, and if say in the 1920s three of them were going to die to disease, or if they were too depressed they wouldn't get any food, they die of starvation. Now
Yeah.
we have social services that'll keep them alive, and so if they
We.
grow to adulthood they'll be more depressed. So in the
Yeah.
1920s they'd be dead, and so there'd be less depressed people because they're dead. Now they're alive and slightly depressed because their mind is biologically tuned to not be as happy as other people's.
But you think so? You don't think that you think that it's all biology? You don't think that it's the way that they live their lives? Because I don't know if you've overcome your depression. You
Yes.
seem fine. Um, was it not part mostly, or I don't know. Is it not the way you live your life that helps you be more fulfilled and like, exercise, eating right, um, living with self-respect? I don't know what the root is, but there's all kinds of things about how people live and how society is set up that is conducive working and all that. Um, stuff that's conducive for people not to be so-called depressed, like the shutdowns that happened. Didn't that increase people overdosing and all that stuff?
Yes.
So
But
there's
I think
aspects of how society is set up. Go ahead.
you brought up a good example. So my depression was cured because of lots of sex. Lots of sex is literally what cured
Dang.
my depression. And so it was the things that you're saying are degenerate and evil are literally the things that helped me cure my lifelong depression. So I'm not seeing the connection here. It seems like you're just labeling things as bad because
I mean, it's a
they're,
crutch. I suppose it's an acceptable crutch for a young man, especially in a society where it's been accepted for a time to keep you alive a bit or keep, well, I don't know if you were ever into the suicide thing at all, but
yes, I took a bottle of sleeping pills and slit my wrist back when I was super depressed.
is that at one single time? You
Yes.
did that that was just a one attempt
Yes.
trying to, wow, that's rough. Um,
Yes, and what cured me was sex and opportunities for sex, and so and that has
and
had
now
a.
you don't really need the sex so much, right?
I'm not going to give it up.
No. Oh, okay. I thought
I think
you were
I
not
think
going to divulge that.
I think I probably do. I think it is a huge part of my emotional safety net that
Huh.
if I didn't have relationships with the women who I have relationships with, it would definitely make me go back into that depressed state for sure. It does seem like that.
Yeah. Wow, that is so interesting. Um, there was something else that you said, but I forget what I wanted to make a point about.
Sure. So
But
there were a
yeah, go ahead.
few other things I was interested in. Like, um, I'm not seeing how these are degenerate because it seems like you're just labeling them as degenerate because people have a feeling or an aversion to them socially from the
Yeah, on the
past.
face of it, it's just wrong.
Yeah,
But
yeah. So
yes,
it's like there's this
yes,
like feeling that people have in the
I think that
past.
that's, yeah, it's not even necessarily religious, because I think that people just many atheists, or I know at least one or two, who the homosexuality thing, it just doesn't make sense to them. So they don't accept it.
Well, how is that different from any of the things that people saw as bad in the past, like mixing linens or eating pork or eating
Yeah,
shellfish? It seems like all societies had a bunch of these cultural things that you shouldn't do that were seen as abhorrent. Um,
yeah,
but as society changed, we adopted, oh, those aren't actually abhorrent. That was just a silly thing people used to believe. And there are many things like that that you believe today that you take for granted as normal that 100 or 200 years ago people would say, oh, that's horrible, that's evil. And especially in Christianity,
yeah,
just in Christianity alone, the Christians of 1,000 years ago would be abhorred at the many of the things you do compared to what they thought were appropriate. And how is your belief that these things are abhorrent any different from their belief that all the things that you're doing is abhorrent? And why shouldn't we be equally as okay with changing the way we treat society today as we were in the past, because it seems like it made progress? Because you keep mentioning that you don't see the progress that's being made.
yeah.
My
I see the
metric,
changes.
yeah,
Go ahead.
my metric for assessing progress is looking at all of the different statistics we can use to measure the success of society as a whole. It seems like we've seen tons of progress. I see everything as progress. I like Steven Pinker wrote a great book on the topic, The Better Angels of Our Natures, where looking at all the major statistics that have been changed over time through these kinds of moral progress, instances of moral progress, eliminating slavery, women's rights, LGBT rights, workers' rights, animal rights. These things seems to have had lots of overarching effects on society because as our moral scope increases, it affects the way that we build our societies to make it a better society overall. And so when I look at these things, I see tons of progress that are all due to these things because I'm just looking at society. Yes, society is hugely beneficial or benefited by these things. And it seems like you're saying that because that there's this natural aversion we have to these certain things right now, that this is some kind of an inherent truth in the universe, which is similar to how people in the past, hundreds or thousands of years ago, would say we have these natural aversion to these things, therefore it's some inherent truth. But as we get rid of those, it seems like society is better off. So how is your inversions any different from the aversions people had 500, 1,000 years ago?
Well, I don't know, because I think that there is a lot of truth to the questioning of what we know, or do we really know right from wrong, right? I think that human beings really don't know right from wrong. So even like the stuff that I say is wrong, it may be right or wrong. It may be wrong, but not in the way that I'm thinking and stuff like that. Even in like the Adam and Eve story in the Bible, God forbidded, he
Forbade.
forbidden
Forbade is correct.
forbade Adam from and Eve, I think, from eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And so there's this push to like get all this knowledge and figure out good and evil, and and it may be quite misguided on the part of many of the Christians, many of the people who are for the traditional or for the natural aversion way that I just expressed that you're questioning, and as well for the people on your side who think that these things are progress and are good things. Those things that you laid out and you say that they've been measured, I don't know. I have no reason to think that. I don't think that you're lying to me when you say that they've been beneficial for people's minds and stuff like that. But maybe they have been beneficial in some ways, but they've also come at lots of costs that I don't think that you can really deny.
Well, like
The
what
breakdown the
what
breakdown of the family, the people are just full of hate, and I don't think that it's really improved um, the spiritual lives of people at all. And a society is more divided than in a long time. I don't know about how we were when we had the Civil War, but
that was pretty divided
it
on
was
that.
pretty
Yeah.
divided. But
Um,
I mean, I don't know. I think there's a lot of female evil now that by female I mean like this soft evil where people are quite divided. I don't think that there's going to be a hot war, but people are quite angry and hate filled toward amongst their own and amongst the us versus them type of thing.
well, if you're going to list like any statistics, any scientific statistics, could you label any of them that actually showed a regression or a loss of progress in society? Any scientifically measurable statistics?
I think that families being together is supposed to be like a pretty good thing. And families are not together anymore. In fact, people are not even making families in some ways. They're just making babies. And so the children born out of wedlock, the number of I think there's like 60 million babies that we've killed since 1973 in America. There's things like that. The divorce rates is out of control. Men are miserable, women are miserable. You say they're happier. I don't know. I don't know where you're getting that. Um, maybe they think that they're happier, or like the okay, fine, whatever. But I think, but when you look at the families and the children and the respectability of the average man that you see, I think it's kind of undeniable that there's been those costs.
Well, like I meant, so measuring like the progress of a society, we usually use things like life expectancy, education level, quality of life, availability of food, those kinds of metrics that we're actually measuring how someone's life is going based off of, seem to be the ones that are important in assessing are we making progress or regress. So whether or not people are,
Education level,
yeah,
that comes with a big asterisk. The quality of the education has gone way down too.
I'm not sure what you mean there
Um,
because it seems like it's gone way up. There's obviously some examples like feminist studies, feminist gender studies, which are just garbage. But the vast
Yeah.
majority of education has gone extremely up. Like the quality of education in the STEM fields is extremely much better than it ever has been. The progress in physics and quantum physics and biology and cosmology and
And
uh,
how, but those people are not able to, many of them are not able to be employed because we have all this, you talked about the decline of, I remembered what I was going to talk about. You talked about the decline of population becoming a problem for worldwide, because the young have to take care of the old, and the young are a shrinking population, the older a growing population. That's uh, that's happening for whites in America, and that has not been a positive thing for really anybody. Um, so but the education, I don't think that a lot of, okay, maybe they're able to make amazing technological things, but they're coming out morally decrepit. They're into this anti-racism thing. Maybe it's hurt you a little bit less, but you are accepting of all this madness. I don't know if you went to college, but um,
well, I'm not.
it's
So when we're trying to assess what is the quality of education, we're usually trying to figure out like how good is the technology or the progress in understanding reality. Whether or not you agree with their morality wouldn't have anything to do with the effectiveness of their education. Their education is
well,
still
the
far
education
better.
teaches, but I know that the education teaches them a false version of morality, and then they come out in debt and unable to get a job. And what use is that education
Not in STEM
for
fields.
them?
In the STEM fields, like so in all of the major fields of
Hmm.
education, like I agree there are some that are terrible, like arts or feminism or gender studies, but that's a
Yeah.
minority. The vast majority of science education, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, those kinds of fields are extremely high paid, extremely well educated, making significant amounts of progress in the world, winning all kinds of Nobel Prizes. There's tons and tons of things that seem like in every one of those fields, education seems to be better now than it ever has been in the history of humanity, without
Haven't I
exception.
heard? Haven't I heard that there are engineers who, or something, who are having difficulty finding jobs? I'm not just talking about the so-called liberal arts or whatever, the SJW degrees.
Not that I know of. I don't think there's a shortage of engineers. Engineering is one of the degrees that is the highest paid and easiest to find a job in. I think
Huh.
only second to like graphic to programming. Programming is like the highest, easiest one to get a job in. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, the STEM fields are all usually
They say learn to code.
yes. You get a
um,
bachelor's, you get a job at like six figures.
maybe I'm thinking of some less SJW type degrees, but there's still degrees that it's I don't know, maybe they're bringing in all these immigrants, and now the American kids who are graduating college. I've heard that American kids graduating college, not necessarily doing gender studies or black studies or whatever, are having a tough time. And then they have this student debt crisis because they're subsidizing just makes everything more expensive, and it's stupid. What a racket.
Yeah, those are usually the
But
arts and theater degrees, and there's a lot of those. I don't know. I don't think we should
yeah.
offer those, but all of the STEM field is yeah. You pretty much guaranteed to get a job if you go into STEM. STEM is like very very.
So then you agree with me that that there is some drawbacks to this spoiled society because we've come up with these sham degrees and tempted these students, oh, everybody should go to college. What should I major in? Major in this. And then they're left out hanging. So that's a negative in society
Sure. There's lots of
that did not exist before, I think.
um. I think there were worse things before, like you were forced to go into your parents' housing and you died if you didn't get enough food. I think so. I think that there are definitely like I don't think society's perfect. Obviously, I think there's lots of things we can do to
Yeah.
improve it, but I think that the negatives that we see today are far better than the negatives we had in the past. So I think that, as I said before, I think today is the best time to be alive for any human ever. And I don't think that any of the progress that we've made has had greater negative impacts than the positive things it's produced. So obviously there's like if you spend money in one location, you're not spending it in another location. And so there's going to be a benefit here and a detriment there. But the positives that society has been made seem to be definitively better than the negatives. in every way that I can think of. So obviously, I don't think we're perfect. Clearly, we're not perfect, but it seems like we're getting closer to being perfect, not further away from being perfect.
Do you see America lasting much longer?
Yes, quite a bit. I think that
Interesting.
most
What do you?
of the
Yeah, go ahead.
political dissent and disagreement is just politicians gaming the system. I don't think most, if you look at the actual policies of Republicans and Democrats, there's very little different. They don't disagree on
I know.
anything when it
It's a
comes
shame.
to economics, to like workers stuff, to unions. They don't do anything, and they're happy to not do anything on any of those because they pretty much agree on all of the major economic policies with very little difference. And most of the things they talk about are just showmanship and playing to their base. So I don't think that from the politician standpoint, there's very little they disagree on. So I don't think there's going to be a huge war in America to change any of that.
Um, do you see like the quality of the military declining because not because of the technology's maybe great, but the quality of the people.
No, I don't think America's military has in any way depreciated its effectiveness at all. The opposite. I think there we have gone down because of technological limitations. Like our ship production has been crap recently. We invested way too much into ships that are built on new technology that has been unproven instead of more ships. China's invested into more ships. So our technology, our military is declining because of technology for sure.
Isn't
That
there a
is,
lack of what about the lack of training and the poor and the lowering of the quality of training and the diminishing of stuff like that? I've heard that like Navy people, as a small example, on ships aren't trained so much in firefighting. And so like there was one story where they just completely botched after botched steps in fighting a fire and it was disastrous. I think that there's a lot of and they're allowing the LGBT mess and the women and it's just and they're lowering the standards for the women so I think that our readiness and I think we're just able to be laughed at now and there's a lot of incompetence along with this moral corruption that is growing. I think it's rotting inside. I think that we're kind of rotting, spoiled rotten, right? Rotting from within.
I'm not seeing the problem there. Like the fire thing was a technology issue, not knowing how to deal with the pneumatics on the ship, which were broken or something, because it was new technology.
You
Um,
familiar with this story?
one of them, there's probably more than
Oh,
one,
okay.
but
Yeah.
the training issue, like obviously in the Navy, you don't need the same kinds of standards you do in the as you are in the Marines or in the like Navy SEALs or something. So obviously you don't. The standards are technological. In the Navy, most of what you're doing is messing around with technology. So you need tech requirements. And so they're changing the requirements to be just like any job today is changing the requirements to be more tech savvy rather than military minded, pull trigger, shoot gun kind of a thing. And so that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. You need that. You need to change those requirements because the job in the military now is more technology driven. So I'm not. I'm thinking that's a good thing, not a bad thing. We want to change the standards in the military, especially the Navy, to be more technologically based, and the Air Force. I don't think we've changed much of the requirements in like the Navy SEALs, the Army Rangers, or any of the primary fighting force.
The
Those
elite.
are, yeah,
Yeah.
those guys are still the same or more ridiculous than they were before. So I don't think there's much of a difference there. I think
I
the
think that
difference
we go ahead.
because
Sorry.
we're I think the difference is that as we go into a more technological age and their jobs are more technologically required, then obviously the physical demands are significantly different in those fields. And so obviously you need less physical training if you're going to be in the Navy than if you're going to be a vet, like a military ground unit.
Okay. Um, are you familiar with what's going on in South Africa where
The
the
taking of the
media and the
land.
politicians yeah, the media and the politicians decades ago, I remember seeing like end apartheid. We pushed South Africa to end their apartheid where the whites were ruling and the blacks were segregated. And now it's the blacks ruling and they're taking the land and the crime is out of control. The child-headed households are out of control. They have HI or had for a while anyway, AIDS and HIV as a problem, murder through the roof, rapes through the roof, and the blacks are hating the whites and they're hating and killing each other, and they are taking the land without compensation. And it's kind of a get back at the white man and do what he did to us, only worse, seemingly. Are you familiar with all that stuff or any of that?
Yes, so I remember in South Africa after the apartheid, there was the policy of the South African government to take white farms and give them to black owned owners, and that had a disastrous effect because they weren't as trained into how to run the farms, which caused significant amounts of crop failures and starvation and poverty, which then led to all the things you're describing.
Was that South Africa or was that Zimbabwe or both?
Both.
Okay. Um, I asked that because it seems like that's what they want to bring to America. Granted, we're a much bigger country, but it's an attack on whites right now. Have you noticed the attack on whites culturally?
Sure, but I don't think anywhere in America they're going to be advocating for taking white-owned businesses and giving them to black-owned people. Like, I don't think that's a policy that anyone is going to vote for in office. Like, that was the problem in South Africa, was that they were just taking white-owned businesses and giving them to unqualified black owners, which led
Well,
to
it's
starvation.
maybe not de facto. I mean, maybe not de jure. It may not be laws, but it's happening de facto. You know how they talked about de facto versus de jure segregation and all that stuff.
Y-
We have that in effect right now. Like there have been, I can't think of specific examples. There's one on the tip of my mind where it happened, where they tore out the white guy and replaced him with a black woman. um, Maybe it was like some police chief or something. But they're doing that. Definitely, there's this SJW type of mindset where, and the media is all in on it. The politicians, both the Republicans and the Democrats, are all in on this shallow thinking.
well, no one's
Um,
like taking white-owned businesses and giving them to black-owned people. Like, if it's a publicly owned company or
who
something,
owns the Clippers right now?
I have no idea. I don't follow sports.
Oh, it's Steve Ballmer. Okay, because they took
It
away
sounds like a very white
that
name.
yeah, I mean, I don't know how normal white he is, but
No, what is
remember they
normal white?
well, when I say normal white, I'm thinking of like a white American Christian conservative, America loving, freedom loving person. Not that the prior owner of the Clippers was that. He was really not that. But they took away the Clippers owner's team. Supposedly they reimbursed him, I guess, but they also gave him a hefty fine too. Uh, Donald Sterling, because he told his young lady friend, don't I don't want you hanging around with black people. It's embarrassing me in public. You're making me look bad, or something like that. And there was this whole lynch mob. She recorded the conversation secretly, which is illegal in California to do it. You have both have to consent. But she fed it to TMZ, and there was this whole lynch mob several years ago that wanted to take his team away from him. So they took his team away from him and punished him, and maybe they reimbursed him a little, I guess,
Well, that's
and
not.
gave it to this Steve Ballmer guy.
Well, that's not
But
a
it's basically
business.
that's an example of taking. It is kind of his business. He bought that team, and so
Well,
like there's this attack on his freedom of speech and his private
he doesn't
preferences.
own the NBA, so the NBA still gets to run all the teams and the legislation. So he didn't own a business there. I don't think
Yeah,
there's any examples of
but I'm saying that's
white-owned
a cultural.
businesses being taken and given to black owners. I don't that because that was the problem.
It
The
is,
problem
but
was
that is an example because whether just because the NBA has the right to, the only reason they did that was because of this. They agreed with this cultural attack on the quote unquote white man, who is white with an asterisk, who said something discriminatory about against blacks on behalf of his relationship with this woman.
Yeah, but
So
that's
it
in the
was.
terms and policy of the NBA. He
I
was
know, but
he
you're
was an
making up an
employee
excuse.
of the NBA. He was employed by the NBA to,
Is he?
yes,
He's a team owner. I guess you could
who
say
so
that's an employee or something.
the NBA
It's a
funds
franchise,
the teams. Yes, so he was essentially an employee of the NBA, and the NBA let him go. Essentially, that's how it works. But it's not. That's totally fine. Like if a company wants to fire someone, they have the right to fire someone for any reason. Silly garbage nonsense. I don't think it's
right?
right. I don't think they should do that. But that's a different
Yeah,
topic than South Africa. That's not comparative to South Africa literally taking white-owned businesses and just stealing them. Not
I
quite the
know,
same
but
thing.
but it is a by hook or by crook. They're toppling the white man.
But it's not comparable to South Africa. So like the original
I mean, it
argument
is
was
coming. It's the Go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
don't see any comparison where literally American policy is going to be taking companies away from white owned businesses and giving them to black owned people. I don't think that's ever going to happen in America because of the Constitution. I think that's a good, Constitution good thing.
I
So
don't see the Constitution really protecting us that much. I mean, there is you. It may not go down in the way that you are saying, but it's still going down. And the attack is happening by hook or by crook. And you've seen the chipping away of the First Amendment. Like they have these hate speech laws where, or no, not hate speech laws. They're trying. They have hate crimes where you assault somebody and you get charged for assault, but you assault somebody while saying the N word, and all of a sudden it's a federal crime, and the feds can come down on you with this hate crime thing, violating your First Amendment right to say the N word. You have the right to say the N word. You just don't have the right to hit somebody, charge them for the crime, and not for this fake idea of racism.
that's because hate crimes used to be a very common thing, and it was to protect a very large group of people. And so, overall, even though, yes, I agree there are some misusages of that, I think I'm a big advocate for free speech. That overall, that policy has been a very good thing for society. It's benefited us greatly.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't like anti-discrimination laws. I think those are a violation of free association. Um, I think that we need more. I think that we need more freedom to because they're trying to enforce a false version of love for one another, and that's such a mama mindset where you get along and you guys are going to be together and get along. Whereas a more laissez-faire attitude about it is more about what love actually is, where people have the right to express themselves
And not love?
and not love. Yeah, people have the right. You allow people. Love is allowing your neighbor to hate you and not trying to get him fired over it. You know what I mean? I keep on saying
Sure.
that.
But if your neighbor is like uh, demoting you and not giving you fair pay, I think it's okay to fire him or get him fired for that. Like if you are actually discriminating against someone for the racial reasons, I do think that's a justifiable reason to fire someone. Like if you should treat someone meritocratically based off of the quality of their work, not based off of the color of their skin. I think it would be wrong for someone to judge them based off of the color of their skin, not based off of
But
the
right
quality of their
now,
work.
but with these anti-discrimination laws, you have people judging based on the color of the skin. Case in point, all of these overhyped BLM cases where they're assuming that the cop was racist with the knee on the shoulder blade or neck or wherever it was on George Floyd. So they're racially profiling, and with all this anti-racist stuff, they're racially profiling the whites as racist.
I don't think that was a part of the case. I don't think him being
No, I know,
racist.
but that was the motivation of the lynch mob, definitely. Without that aspect, we wouldn't have even heard of the
Well,
case.
you said policy. Like I don't think there's any policy anywhere of that. Like the
Did I
policy
say
for
policy?
yeah, the anti-discrimination policy, like the
Yeah.
anti-discrimination laws
I mean, we have
are
this
the
whole
opposite of that.
but the anti-discrimination laws help they influence the culture. They justify the people in thinking in this way because we have a whole corrupt culture, more corrupt I argue than during the Jim Crow mess. I think we have worse than Jim Crow today.
Well, I'm not seeing the connection. So the
The culture of
policies
the people, the culture of the people. Um, the policy of so-called same-sex marriage was forced on us by the so-called Supreme Court. That changed a lot of people's minds. So policies affect people's thinking on things. People don't really think for themselves. So these anti-discrimination laws justify people judging the whites as so-called racist when when they have no business judging the whites in that way. They need to look at themselves. So so my argument is against the policies as well as this anti-racist culture, because I think that they both affect each other.
So your argument is that the policies that are against discrimination are bad because
Mhm.
people could use them as a way to see false discrimination.
Yeah, I mean, we shouldn't have anti-discrimination laws at all, I don't think. At all.
So what do you think we should do if someone never gives a raise to a black person?
That's fine. That's between him and the black person.
You don't think that's a bad thing?
Mm-mm. No. If it is, I mean, it's his right to do it. It's his business.
You don't think it would be better for the economy if we gave raises to people who are better at the jobs? Like if we compared two
If
companies.
we are the ones giving the raises, we can give the raises as we see fit. And it's, I mean, a mutual good deal between two free people is better, I think, than the government meddling in your right to make that great deal between the two people.
Right, but remember when you said that you didn't see the positive impacts for like the economy or whatever? If you compare two companies, one where they're forced to give raises to people who do the jobs better, and one where they give raises to I forget what it's called, to family and friends and not to workers, hard workers or whatever, wouldn't the one that is forced to give raises to the ones who do the job better be a better company overall? It'll be more successful.
I suppose so, but you're comparing like two bad examples rather than like the best examples. You know
Best
what I mean?
examples.
You're giving me the worst example of discrimination. Oh, nepotism, right? As if that doesn't happen today anyway. And then you're giving me this, which what I call bad example of forcing people to give raises and forcing people to give minimum wage. I don't think that we should have any of that.
Well, minimum wage. I mean, I'm also against minimum wage. I think there should be a
Nice.
pay cap for CEOs and shareholders based on the number of employees they have. I don't think it should be a minimum wage, but I think
Cool.
that um,
See, I knew you were logical a little bit. That's why I was surprised to find out that you were an atheist, because you are so like I told you this before. You're like soft spoken, calm, logical. Although sometimes the stuff that you say is shocking. Um, I
I
guess it feels
I
mutual.
I feel the same way about you, Hake. I believe most people do. But it's
But
ironic
anyway,
that you say that because actually the highest level of scientists, only like not 80 something percent are atheists or something, and in philosophy 75% are atheists. So of all the academic fields, the higher up you go, the more atheists there are. But but you admitted that if a company was to reward people for their being more successful or being
right, by
better at their
government
job,
force, you said. Uh-huh.
sure, that would be a
Yeah.
better thing for the economy. And so it seems like if the government enacts that policy, that it's illegal to give raises based on skin color and you have to give raises based off of productivity or whatever, that would be a benefit to the entire economy of the country that implements that law. That law would be a good thing for the country, wouldn't it?
It would be a good thing, but I argue that it would probably be a pretty unnecessary thing in a society where business owners are acting in any way in their own self-interest, in the
Yes,
business's interest.
if business owners were perfectly rational and not emotional human beings, because humans are all emotional, yes. But that's why we have laws, because people are emotional, and so there are times where we need to make them not allowed to use their emotions so that they can make more rational decisions, and that's kind of what laws are for. Like red lights. Red lights are there because people don't want to actually think through the process and actually want to use their emotions and be like, oh, I could get there faster if I just run the red light, which is more of an emotional thing, not a logical thing. So laws are there to try and override your emotions and make you do the logical thing, when you normally would do the emotional thing, or when some percentage of the people would do the emotional thing. So that would be an example of a benefit that these anti-discrimination laws would provided for our country that we wouldn't have if we didn't have those anti-discrimination laws. Is that
Are you are you sure that that's the case?
yes, that's why they were implemented. Like the anti-discrimination laws and the rights for African Americans has benefited the country by giving them significantly more education and providing more scientists, more engineers, more people who work in the field, which we wouldn't otherwise have if they didn't get those opportunities. So yes,
Huh. I don't know about that, man.
I think that one's been pretty proven solidly. That was kind of
I mean, all of society was on the upswing already. I don't know that you can say that had they not gone so overboard with these phony anti-discrimination laws, that because blacks doing quite well. They were quite educated. They were owning land. They were already in Congress and stuff, and they were doing it prior to even the so-called civil rights movement.
well. I mean, obviously, I agree with.
Every
Do you know
Go ahead.
Thomas Sowell? Thomas Sowell.
Sowell? Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Mhm.
I agree with his argument that a lot of the social security things are the reason for the regression of the black community and other communities. But that wasn't the black rights thing. The black rights still had a positive impact. It was the social security stuff that had the negative impact in those cases. Um, so I don't see the connection between giving African Americans and anti discrimination rights weren't the cause of the downswing.
Yeah, I don't know, because I don't really pay attention, but just have this basic sense of freedom and the violation of people's freedoms with this anti-discrimination stuff. I think that it's a meddling, it's a micromanaging of people's lives and businesses that I don't think the government should have any right to do. I think that you fill the government with the people that we don't that I don't even think that you particularly appreciate, which is the SJWs and the meddling ACLU types who
Well, yeah,
push
I hate
all
all
this
politicians. I
mess.
all both on the left and the right. They're all garbage.
Yeah, and then the activists as well. The activists who are the most annoying and extreme and unreasonable are getting positions in these bureaucracies because of uh this civil rights division of the DOJ. It has nothing to do with actual justice. And it has nothing to do with, like, they're not thinking about what's best for the economy. They're thinking about toppling the white man and toppling the man and toppling the Christians and stuff like that. These people hate Christians and whites and men and stuff.
Well, I mean, to go
I
back to your previous point about freedom and government not intervening, do you think the government should make it illegal to beat your employees?
I mean, I think isn't that assault?
Yes, but that's how is that different? Isn't that also government intervention stopping your freedoms?
But that assault is different from discrimination. Assault necessarily is a violation of you. So of course that's wrong, right? I think it's wrong,
Yes,
especially if
like
it's not like a mutual fight. Um, but discrimination is just withholding service or withholding um, employment, because these people are just on a they're so lawsuit happy that they go crazy with, oh, he's not supporting me because he's racist or because he's sexist or whatever. He fired me because he's racist. Like, this is a very corrupt aspect of society that I'm not sure really existed before.
well, how are those two fundamentally different? So, like, hitting someone and destroying their life is different from not giving them opportunities and destroying their life?
But not giving them opportunities isn't necessarily destroying their life, because there are opportunities everywhere.
Well, no, not if there's discrimination everywhere.
No, because there's more than one black around. And if all the whites, which all the whites are not discriminatory against the blacks, but a lot of them have reason to be, but there are opportunities still, even with the discrimination.
Well,
Even if we allowed discrimination, which really, let's be honest, like, it wouldn't be. I mean, yes, they probably would be discriminating against blacks because they have such bad attitudes so frequently. It's encouraged now.
Well,
But
the whole point of
that would solve itself, really. If you allowed the discrimination, then we wouldn't be forced to reward these people who act with such a nasty attitude and accusatory attitude, and then they would have a better attitude, and then we would no longer discriminate against them.
well, no, because I mean, if they have a bad attitude, you can still fire them, so that doesn't affect the discrimination
No,
lawsuit. But
they'll cry racism and all that stuff. They do it all the time.
yeah, but you can demonstrate if they have a bad attitude. That's pretty easy to demonstrate.
Hopefully, yeah.
But
I mean, you gotta document stuff. You gotta protect yourself.
yeah,
You're taking a risk by hiring these people. These people who have this mindset that I'm talking about.
but the point is that in, for example, the South post slavery, there was a vast amount of discrimination, and so in those areas where there's lots of discrimination and there's a less jobs than people, then they don't have opportunities, and so providing anti-discrimination laws prevents um, people from losing their only opportunities, because there are people who have only opportunities in certain areas that are lost if you allow discrimination. And so it seems like it's not like you can just go anywhere. It's not like you can just travel 1,000 miles to a place where there's no discrimination to get a job. So it seems like that would be a good thing, that if we didn't allow discrimination, that we provide a meritocratic foundation of, if someone's capable of doing the job, they should get the job. That, again, as you mentioned before, that would be a benefit to the economy. So that is something that we've seen is a benefit from these policies.
You're saying something that I don't know to be true about some distant past that neither of us experienced. I'm talking about stuff that is happening present day that we see all around us.
Well, yeah, it'd be the same thing. So, like, it's the same argument against Nozick's free roaming society. You can't just pick up and move. You can't. There's not infinite opportunities. There's a limited amount of opportunities, and so any kind of limit on those opportunities is going to affect someone necessarily. It's basic economic principles that if you have, like there are some people who only have access in like rural areas of getting a job within like if you go 3 hours north or whatever of my city, there's just a bunch of open land. There's not like a bunch of jobs. It's just little tiny towns everywhere. And so there's a limited amount of jobs. And so if one company is discriminatory in that case, that person no longer has an option to get a job because there's just nothing else for hundreds of miles and they can't afford a car. So this is a legitimate thing that happens in economics, is that any form of political motive driven kind of policy like that is done because it affects people. So any amount of discrimination would affect somebody. It's not like it would have no effect. It would definitely destroy lives. That's why it's bad.
I don't know that it's bad. I think that this anti-discrimination stuff also, quote unquote, destroys lives, or at least messes up businesses and messes with people's lives and serves injustices against a lot of people. Because again, you're talking about cases where in rural areas, I don't even know if they would even follow these anti-discrimination laws. Maybe they would, or even if they would even be able to be enforced. But I'm talking about stuff. Are you aware of like the abuses of the EEOC, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission or whatever? I don't know if it's California or a federal bureaucracy. But are you familiar with what I'm talking about with these ridiculous racism lawsuits and all this mess?
Yeah, there's lots of abuse, but again, a minority of people abusing the law doesn't mean that the majority of people who benefit from it should lose that. Just like gun rights, the fact that a minority of people misuse guns doesn't mean we should take guns away from everybody, right?
I'm not convinced that that these anti-discrimination laws have been beneficial in the way that you're describing. You described it to me quite clearly, but I'm very leery about it.
Well, I mean, I would just point you to all of the poli-sci data on the topic. Like I mentioned, Steven Pinker's Better Angels of Our Natures. Like, there's a lot of data on this that shows this has been a pretty substantially positive thing. One of the most significantly positive economic impact laws ever. Kind of like women's rights was a hugely beneficial economic impact law. The more workforce and the better quality workforce you have, the better economic situation you are. It's like one of the most basic economic principles there is. But
Mm.
that's just
Yeah,
from my understanding of the data. It seems pretty obvious that is a good
maybe
thing.
so. Maybe on an economic level, you may be right. I would call that ill-gotten gain because of it's so wrong of these women working and not making families, and these people not free to discriminate. We need the freedom to discriminate. It's like one of the basic rights of people.
I don't know if that right. The right to discriminate, is that like put that on the UN's human rights list or something.
Yeah, we should abolish the UN, but yeah, wouldn't that be a dream?
But anyway, we've been going for about 2 hours. Really enjoyed having you on. You're a really nice guy. I really enjoyed going to dinner with you that one time. Nice guy to
Yeah,
talk
that was
to.
cool.
But again, I get, like you said earlier, there's just some things you say that are just like, wow, okay, that's a really amazing thing you said. I don't know how to respond to that. But again, great having you on. Really appreciate it. Would you like to give an outro? Tell people where they can find you, that kind of stuff.
Well, it's been an honor being on your show. I really appreciate your chat. I've been able to glance every now and then, and I see some of my viewers in your chat, which thank you guys. They're always, I think they always they're not too rambunctious. You can find me by going to thehakereport.com or Hake on YouTube while I last. Hopefully I'll last. I think I'm I think I might. The Hake Report on Twitter and various other platforms. And thanks again, TJump. I really appreciate you.
Absolutely. I am going to go to the bathroom now, so I will
All
see you
right.
later.
All right. Take care.
We are off. So yeah, so I'm gonna go to an
Nice,
after
man.
show because I do a Discord thing anyway. So I get to
Right on,
pull
man.
up. So you can just close the screen whenever you're ready. Thanks again for coming on. Really appreciate it. And I
Yeah,
do need
thank
to go
you.
to the bathroom. So
All right.
see
Have a
ya.
good night, man.
See ya.
Take care.
All right. Do you want to leave the stream if possible? Can you close the screen?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll do that.
Thanks, because I'm gonna pull up the Discord. I don't want to like anything else to show
Okay.
up. All right, guys, let's go to the after show in the Discord. The Discord. After show in the Discord. After show. Link to the after show is in the bottom right of the screen, the discord.io/tjump. Um, hey guys, how's it going? Hey Jen, how are you? What an interesting emoji. Rocinante. Where have I heard that name before? Rocinante. Rocinante. The boat's name? Rocinante? A boat? It was from a movie, wasn't it?
from The Expanse.
Yes, that's it. Ship. Ship name. Hey, Simon, how's it going?
Not bad. How you been?
Good. You play any more of Mortal Shell?
Nah, I stopped. I should. I really should, but work's too busy right now.
Gotcha. DMC says, Jin, hi. Your secret admirer says hi.
That doesn't sound very secret.
Oops, was I not supposed to say his name? Expanse was a really good show, though. I really enjoyed that.
Watch more sci-fi. I've been terminally afraid of watching sci-fi for some reason.
How does that work?
I don't know.
Like, most of what I watch is sci-fi. Sci-fi is the best thing. I would like to make an appearance on the JLP show, Iron Charioteer. That would be awesome. I would love to speak to JLP. No, I cannot pee while sitting on my couch. I need to get up, but I want to start like some kind of convo in the after show first, so I have an excuse. You guys can maintain the chat. Somebody start a conversation so I can go pee. You guys are the most unhelpful group ever.
My favorite sci-fi show is Dark Matter. Has anyone seen that?
Where do you watch sci-fi shows? That would be my starter question, because
I think
I always feel like
Netflix is where it was.
okay, that explains it. I couldn't justify Netflix after the last price increase. I mean,
piracy is free. Hashtag piracy is free, everybody. F movies is great.
TJump. Come on, I'm a capitalist. I'm a capitalist. I had to pay for my.
DMC, did I play Jedi Fallen Order? Yes, I got platinum on Jedi Fallen Order.
Hey, Tom, quick question, comment?
Yes.
Thank you for that amazing 2 hours. I don't know how you have the patience for that.
Thank you.
It was enlightening and frightening to be reminded that that still exists, and patience in presenting that to us is appreciated.
Thank you. Appreciate it. What are you guys up to on a Wednesday night? Yes, Saxy, TJump versus JLP would be awesome. That'd be great. Do I LARP? Live action roleplay? No.
Oh man, it would have been cool if you LARPed though. Let's be realistic.
I am way too lazy for that. That takes effort. Like, people who LARP put a lot of effort into those costumes and shit. Like, that is way too much effort for me. I mean, I might LARP with my chair. I would come in as my chair. That would be the thing. Have you seen the movie Don't Look Up yet with Jen Lawrence? Nope, have not seen that movie.
Nobody's got anything cool?
Why is Jen not talking? Jen always talks.
Hey, everybody.
Hey. How's the weather in Montreal? Oh, you're not even in Montreal. I keep forgetting that. You're like in some tropical place now.
I'm just like attached to Montreal on a metaphysical level, I guess.
You're somewhere warm and sunny.
The weather here is perfect right now. It's a little windy, but it's pretty much perfect.
You moved?
Oh, a long time ago. Been where I am now for years, so no. I'm kind of paying attention to the chat right now because I've been arguing with Daryl for like hours. And
Oh, really? How
at
did I
this
miss
point,
this?
I just think it's because I like arguing at this point,
Yes,
I'm just going to concede that.
we have noticed that. Yes, DMC, this is Entropy Gen.
And you have, I've come to, doesn't everybody on Discord who's like part of this channel, haven't they come to the conclusion that they like arguing and that's why they're here?
Yes, I think
I like
that
listening
is
to discussions.
that is why Discord and Twitter exist as platforms. Iron Chariot says hi, Jen. Tomorrow, other states will introduce what bills? Thanks, CJ O'Connor. Good stuff, guys. Appreciates my respect and chill attitude. Yeah, Hake is a nice guy. He's not like Darth Dawkins. Darth Dawkins is annoying. Or Cynthia is annoying. Cosplay got timed out. Cosplay, what is your Discord name? What's Discord name? Question mark.
I think he's probably cosplay. He got timed out for having no avatar.
Okay. At Scotty.
Cosplay?
At Scotty.
CSP.
Can you timeout. See Cosby. Is there a way to disable timeout for no, what's it called? Avatar?
Yeah.
All right. All right, Cosby, I asked one of the admins to fix that. What's the bill in Wisconsin? Zuck paid for read-write real-time access during and after elections? I don't know what that means. Hey, Axiom, how's it going? Ang memes. Ang memes are good. That was a good anime. Avatar, The Last Airbender.
That's not an anime. Come on.
It is an anime. Shut up.
It wasn't produced in Japan.
Doesn't matter. It's an American anime. It was clearly an anime. It's not like Pokemon. Pokemon doesn't actually count as an anime.
What? Pokemon is definitively an anime.
No. Pokemon is animal abuse.
Correct, but it's an anime about animal abuse.
Why am I not talking about Ukraine? What is there to talk about? Russia is trying to invade Ukraine. Like that's, I don't know what else to say. Russia is going to try and invade Ukraine. That is the thing. Who have already lost the election? Yes, Pokemon are conscious, based American first, definitely. All right, I'm going to go to the main stage where they're talking about the problem of evil. So I have an excuse to leave and go to the bathroom. So I'm going to go to the main stage.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Let me kind of look at. I hate defaulting to this, but like at least I'm being honest. Um, I would need to go back, resharpen on my the materials. I think I already added you, right, Einstein? Um, and then um, and then yeah, I would love to have this discussion with you, and maybe we can talk with Frank or whoever is a mod or whatever, and we can host it here, and then we can continue it back up. You
Yeah,
know,
that sounds
really,
fun.
really trying to dissect it. But right now, I feel like because it's going to be circular from here because I'm only going off of my knowledge that I can remember. Um, and that might not be sufficient enough for you. And obviously it's not because we're disconnecting here. And I can sense that.
Do
I
you
think
guys
I need to go back and go
do
to
you
the
guys want to
source, take a
do you
look
guys
at
want to
it,
have a hey order? Do you guys want to have a debate or something,
a debate.
or like a conversation, whatever?
Yeah, we can do that. I would love to do that with him, but not right now. Again, I think Frank and Shelv, and I'm not trying to like Einstein. Is there anything else? Because you know, I don't like to just because I feel like you know you're really wanting me to answer, and the people are here too, and you know we're expecting you know some
Yeah, yeah, I
dialogue to happen
understand.
here. But
I mean,
yeah,
I understand it's
I'm
not a
really
problem.
sorry,
Yeah.
guys. This is just one of those things where it's like let me not say something and speak on something that I can't remember that might be an important factor. Um, and I just want to give you a very thorough response and an accurate one too.
Yeah, I appreciate that. No problem.
Okay.
The TJump in the audience. I wonder if he has anything he wants to say.
Okay. Shelv, was there anything that you needed to say first? I know
I mean,
you.
my stuff is very simple. It's just what would you expect to see with the God who interacts and cares, and that's the problem with the problem of suffering is that we see suffering. Should we see this level of suffering if the God could prevent it? And then when I talk about evil, I would
Mhm,
be more in line with talking about evils with which people don't commit with their free will. I don't believe
mhm,
in free will, but in regards to the argument, I think like cancer or uh, parasites, disease, things
mhm,
that don't serve an explicit purpose that would say that we would say are evil and that they harm people, natural disasters. I mean, I'm not saying like God shouldn't allow nature, as in the weather, but at the same time, God did
mhm,
prevent things in the Bible, which is
mhm,
what I would use my justification for the criticism, saying God did interact in the Bible, but now he doesn't.
mhm.
So that's a problem I would say is the problem of suffering. But yeah.
Maybe this would fall. Maybe this would fall under the issue of. I think it's called. What's the terminology called? I think it's called. See, something sensationalism or something like that. It's basically like. Um, I know it has cease in it. I know that there's a word derived, and it's
All right, I'm back. How's it going?
Did you successfully pee?
No, I failed. I failed
All
at it.
right, good.
All over the ceiling.
I was actually just laying out my ontological argument for the existence of God, which was that he
Oh,
is
you
the
became a theist?
existiest. Yes. It's just that God is the existiest thing. And so, by definition, God has to exist.
God does not have the greatest of all farts, therefore God is not the greatest of all beings, so it can't be the greatest being.
I just said he's the most existiest.
So what? He doesn't have all the great making properties. He can't be ontological.
Damn, we were willing to give that to you, Sunken.
T-Jump,
Yeah, I know.
T-Jump, I heard your
Yeah.
debate with Haas on communism. Yes, I remember I did that on Modern Debate a while ago. That was funny. Haas says so many words that mean so little. Dylan said in his debate, after his debate with Dylan, Dylan was like, he just speaks in Hegelian language. I'm like, yes, that's exactly what Haas does. He just speaks in Hegelian language of mixing big words together that mean nothing. New owl pick, Simon?
What happened?
New owl pick?
Yeah, we're gonna just try and rotate them all out.
Can you post the other owl pick? I really liked it, the rainbow owl.
But it's mine. Actually, it's not mine. I stole it from someone else, but
You own the copyright. We're gonna make
God,
it
the
into
NFT.
yeah, we're gonna make it into an NFT. That's right.
Oh man. Hey, can I ask your opinion, T-Jump, on something? I'm just curious.
Sure.
Do you think there are better and worse forms of Christianity? And
Sure.
I don't mean socially, I mean only logically speaking.
You what? Yes. You mean like logically coherently? You mean does the
Yeah.
Sure,
Or-
yes.
Okay, just curious.
Like obviously there are some that make absolutely no sense, Trinitarianism, and there's some that make lots of sense, like Pete Enns' version of Christianity, which is just the believe on faith, there's no real evidence version, is much more logically coherent. CJ O'Connell, did having a lot of sex basically cure depression? Yes, that is basically what cured my depression.
Wow, I'm impressed.
Why is that impressive?
Well, because people keep saying to me that doesn't cure depression, but apparently they're wrong.
They are indeed for me. There wasn't even a discussion. Yeah, Haas is a dumbass. Haas is kind of dumb. Like he just doesn't make coherent arguments. No, Haas?
Oh yeah, T. Hey, I
What?
think it was Frank. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interject
Yes.
or interrupt. But he was saying that maybe I think you had your hand raised during the stage, and I was wanting to get to you, but
I did not have my hand raised. I went in
oh
there
no,
so I could go to
okay.
the bathroom and have something playing in the background for the people in the live stream.
Oh, okay.
Why? But
No, I
did you
just
have
said he
question or
was
something?
there. I didn't. Yeah, he.
Oh, I thought you meant like by he was there. I thought you meant like you saw the hand icon.
No. I just saw TJump there. I was just like, hey.
Oh, okay. But wait, where's the other guy? Not Einstein, but
You mean Shove?
yeah. Where's he?
I don't know. He probably left.
The Christianity that does not kill gay people and unbelievers is a better Christianity. Yes, I mean, but he has to logically, like, I think what he meant by logically is like, is there a version of Christianity that isn't as silly in the fact that their arguments don't actually indicate anything, and one that's like a justifiable evidentiary version rather than just
Yeah. Like anything is better if it doesn't actively kill people, but that isn't what I meant. Like,
I don't know if that would be true. Anything is better if it doesn't actively kill people. I don't know if you
well, I
can
guess unless it's supposed to kill people.
yeah, like I don't think a better mass murderer would fit that definition. The Holy Spirit is the presence of God? That doesn't make any sense.
I've heard that said. I've heard people say the Holy Spirit is God's active force, the presence of God, or God's will on earth, or some stuff like that. I've heard that version.
It's God's wafting fart smell.
Yeah.
But order of Melchi something. You said you had questions?
Melchizedek.
You said you wanted to get to me questions or something? What?
Oh no, I thought maybe you had a question, but
what were you guys talking about? There you go. Question.
Oh, we were
That's
just
the
talking
problem
about
with people.
yeah, the problem with people.
God drowns baby. God is evil. The end. Mary is the Holy Spirit? That doesn't make any sense. You got any questions or comments? Link to join the Discord at the very bottom right of the screen. https://discord.io/tjump. If you have any questions or comments or want to hop in and say stuff, feel free. Oh, I wanted to go to my Twitch real quick. Are you gonna say something? Whoever said
Yeah, what is your like primary issue with Christianity? Just out of curiosity.
There's no evidence for it.
There's no evidence for Christianity?
Yes.
Okay, could you like elaborate a little bit more?
So every idea people have starts off as something in their imagination. All things are imaginary first. And until we can provide any way to differentiate something from being imaginary, then it's most likely imaginary. And so since there's been no evidence to differentiate imagination from reality, it's most likely that God beliefs in Christianity is just imaginary.
Okay. Do you not look at historical knowledge as a legitimate form of knowledge?
Historical knowledge? You mean testimony?
I'm sorry. Yeah, historical. Yeah, well, yeah, historical knowledge. So, like when the things that are basically factored in to try to prove the authenticity or the historicity of something.
Like the consensus in history is that Jesus existed, but none of his miracles happened. And that most of the Bible is wrong and false. Like there was no Exodus. Moses didn't exist. Most of the patriarchs and matriarchs didn't exist. So, I mean, I agree Jesus existed, but that's not evidence Christianity is true or that there's actually a God being.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, so basically all the evidence that you've seen isn't in support of what Christianity says, and so therefore you would reject it.
Yeah, that'd be the main reason.
I'm curious. Do you hold a high level of a standard of evidence?
No, my standard is anything that can differentiate imagination from reality.
Okay. And that's not just Christianity, right? That's like you
Or
reject
anything.
the idea of God, right?
Sure.
Okay. I just really have just two questions then. Who or what are you living for? And then
Myself.
secondly, what is the evidence that what you're living for is true and reliable?
I'm living for myself. I think, therefore I am. I think.
Okay. Those was just my two questions.
Okay. Lin Yin Chen. There's no evidence for the existence of the Christian God. Like, obviously, Christianity exists as an ideology. That's correct. The Earth is not flat, nor 6,000 years old. And there were never any 900-year-old fire-breathing dragons. Yes, contradictions in the Bible with reality. Slam Free Poetry is doing 66,600 miles per hour motion of the Earth, the flat Earth meme. I love it. That's correct. The mustard seed is not the smallest seed. Anybody else got any questions, comments? Join the Discord. People in the Discord.
I just want to say real quick, nobody gives a fuck about Newton's contributions to science and physics. Excuse me. It's calculus. It's literally the only thing that matters about Newton.
We do care about the history the history of physics and understanding what Newton gave us, but we don't use Newton in our modern understanding, of course, anymore.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
There is a conversation happening in general chat.
Jen is just like out like, fuck Newton. No one gives a shit about Newton.
Sorry, it's just this really long, really annoying conversation that Carol refuses to participate in on voice, so I guess I can't say anything about it.
Now we can just say he's incorrect.
Nah, but I will say he's just gone up to level 20, so nice job there, D-bag.
Is D-bag his name or just your pet name for him?
I think you know the answer to that, T.
DMC, do you think we are alone in the universe? Probably not. I think there are most likely aliens, and we'll most likely find them eventually. Where is Hake? Hake, our conversation ended about 40 minutes ago. This is the after show principal methods, so Hake, I imagine, went home. I want to do Jin's sock laundry. DMC, you already asked that. No, I don't think we're alone in the universe. I think we will find aliens eventually. Really? Nobody in the Discord has anything to say? No words? Make it easier for me to not have to say stuff?
I would find it rather...
It's not fair.
I would find it rather unlikely if we would find aliens in our lifetime, and even
our lifetime, like...
even extending to all of humanity. It's quite a big universe.
I think that given our rate of technological growth, we will most likely find them. Don super chats. Jin is a badass.
That's right. Throw your money at Teach, you pay pigs. You love it.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Have I heard of Bob Lazar? I have heard of that name. I don't remember what it's from, though. What came first, the chicken or the egg? I forget the genes of the egg. Are the genes of the egg from the mother or from the chick? I think they're from the chick. So I think the egg came first.
The gene that gets shorter is different on birds as humans.
The telomere?
Or sorry, the chromosome.
Well, it doesn't matter.
The Y chromosome's all shriveled up versus the X. On birds, it's, I think, X and Z or something. It's reversed between the X's.
Is that...
Just a little bit of trivia I thought people might like there.
Okay. Iron Charioteer, do you think aliens on another world will be carbon-based? Probably, yes. Carbon has more variation than silicone. Silicone has a lot of variation, but less, and so it's more likely they would be carbon-based, but there's probably also going to be silicon-based life out there too.
We have silicon-based life form here too.
What? Silicon-based life here? Where?
That's a joke.
Is that these e-gods people keep talking about?
TJ, if you want, I can argue with this idiot that just came in now. I'm sure that's, well, not sure.
It's better than nothing.
Hey, move.
Bible is false. Yes.
It's just so weird. All these people want to throw shade from the chat, but then on voice, it's just like, oh, act out your tongue.
The Bible endorses slavery. Yes.
Tom, if aliens do exist, do you think they have a similar moral progress as we do?
Yes. That is one of the predictions of my model of morality.
Hey, since I guess there are people coming on chat now, I had a question about any arguments for religion or God, especially that I want to see if you find any especially compelling, like the cosmological or teleological arguments. Is there anyone that you feel is maybe has any more weight than any other, or are they all just as invalid to you?
Well, there are some that are less stupid than others.
Okay, I could agree with that. Is there any that you've heard then that you would say have been edging on the close of like this could be convincing to somebody, maybe not you, but with some refinement, I guess would be the way I should put it.
Well, they're all usually convincing to somebody, but like if you're asking, would a rational person be convinced by any of the arguments, the answer would be no.
Okay. Yeah, I should have rephrased maybe a rational person. And yeah, I think to be sure, I don't believe any of those arguments either. They've not been compelling, but then maybe I'm not the best perspective to have on that because they're not convincing me. So,
Darth Horror super chats your mom. Yes. But so yes. What about the arguments? What else about them? Because yeah, I don't think. I mean, I think the least irrational ones would probably be cosmological argument, which doesn't even indicate a god, and the code DNA argument, which before we made progress in the field, that would be probably a legit argument that people could actually believe.
Okay, that's fair. No, yeah, I think right. I'm always going to like for a cosmological argument. I'm like you're doing some sort of special pleading here. You need a first cause, but your God doesn't, and I instantaneously just sort of like there's breaking down of every bit of it, but. Yeah, I haven't heard one that has come close to being like, you know what, I can really not see much wrong to this, a few parts. So I just thought maybe you might have heard more than me. I'm not as maybe experienced as you are being, in this environment.
Did I hear more about what? You asked if I knew more about something? Like?
Oh, no. It was more of a statement of, I'm sorry,
Gotcha.
I wasn't sure if you were responding to me. Yeah, no, I just thought maybe you might have heard more arguments for God claims than I had. I'm limited on the experience with it because I only watch a few different podcast or YouTube videos or podcasts on these things. And
yeah, have you heard?
Have more experience.
Have you heard about the argument from many arguments?
Argument from many arguments?
Yep.
Like you could combine the bits and pieces of arguments you like, and then together they make a compelling argument.
Absolutely
like
not. That has nothing to do with it whatsoever. It's a very silly argument, but it's an academically published argument. Hilarious, but
maybe not then.
Feel
free to share.
I would say go through Plantinga's 24 or so arguments for God. They're hilarious. A lot of them are just so bad. But it's interesting to see all the silly arguments people have made.
Do you have a favorite debate, atheist versus theist?
Favorite debate, atheist versus theist.
Not you, obviously.
Well, I think
like other people.
I don't know about other people, but I do like mine. Mine with Robin Collins, I really liked that one, and my second one with Rob Coons, I really like that one. But other people, the one that comes to mind, I don't remember who it was. It was a very small one that only had like 10,000 views on YouTube, but it was a really interesting debate from some professor and some theist other guy, and they had some really interesting arguments I hadn't heard before. That one I liked listening to it. I don't remember at all where it was, and I haven't been able to find it in a long time. Why is Jin a mod on this channel? I feel cheated. It's because she pays me. Like, if you paid me, you used to pay me, but if you pay me, I'll make you mod.
Like $1 then?
It's like
That'd be good. Me a mod.
$5 to my Patreon, and then you just pay $5 into my Patreon, and then it gives you a link to tie in your Discord account to Patreon, and then you become a mod on my Discord.
Oh, I thought I was being sarcastic with $1. That's interesting.
It's $5. Anything less is just unacceptable. Sacrilege.
Blasphemy, in fact.
Now everybody knows what qualifies somebody to moderate other people is if they happen to have $5.
Correct. It's a promotion strategy, because if a mod is really annoying, you can just pay $5 to be a mod and make them less annoying.
And as such, this is one of the few places I feel truly appreciated on the internet as a whole.
It's a wonderful thing.
Is there other places you're on the internet?
Jin is on everywhere on the internet. You can find Jin if you know where to look.
If you tell people,
I
they'll
go by many
know.
names.
Why do people pray if God already has a plan? Because their plan is different from God's plan.
Oh, don't tell them that.
You know, I think I could be wrong, but I've been learning about the Anglican tradition, and typically in that and Catholic traditions, most prayers aren't prayers asking for something. They're affirmations or general, like, housekeeping prayers you have to do.
Clearly, you've never been to a Baptist church.
Fair, I haven't.
Have you ever heard anybody say if you just have someone lay hands on you, and then you will believe? Because that takes a step further from prayer and making themselves God in some way, and it's like the most insane thing I've ever heard. But is this? I don't know if you've ever heard that before. Someone made the claim, "Oh yeah, you just let someone do this, and you'll realize." And I don't know what they thought was going to happen there, but
Well, did you come to believe?
oh, I'm not going to. I mean, I'm not going to let anybody lay their hands on me just for fun, right? So not going to do that.
You're clearly not adventurous enough. Like you gotta try more stuff.
I mean, I'm all for it for pleasure's sake. That's fine. You want to lay hands on me that way, we're good. I'm all for kink, whatever. That's cool, but not what they were talking about. I don't know.
No, yeah, the laying on of hands as a tradition is kind of strange. I agree, and I have seen it done once, and that's coming from a person who is a theist. So, go figure.
It makes a lot of money, so yeah.
But then, my pastor sells holy water, so maybe that's just as weird.
Well, I mean, it's less weird than the bathwater that what's her name sells on Twitch.
Well, hold on now. Let's just think about this. That has
Wait a
future
minute.
value. That has...
Do you have something to disclose here?
Look, it's an investment that has future value.
So you're a utilitarian, not a theist.
That's right.
What's more worthless, the NFT or the God water?
The NFT.
Oh, definitely NFT. Yeah.
God water can be drank.
It's worth whatever people are willing to pay for it.
You can sell NFT, get the money, and buy something to drink. Yeah.
Wait, are they still fungible or non-fungible in that case? Because if you can buy things with it, it's fungible, right? It's money.
I think they're usually non-fungible tokens. I don't think they can be fungible tokens because then it would be like Bitcoin.
Right. No. Well, that's kind of what I meant, right? In the sense that if they represent a value in dollars, then they, in a sense, through being a derivative of that, they are fungible in that sense. I'm making a stretch. I actually happen to be a broker, so it's just a fun kind of thing I've imagined.
Man, what an interesting job. Did you get a lot of new interested like clients in your book when NFTs started becoming popular?
Not that kind of broker. No, I actually supervise brokers mainly. So I don't actually do any of like trading or dealing with clients really.
Oh,
I think NFTs are actually like a laundering scheme, kind of like art for rich people.
Makes sense.
They very well could be. Yeah, a piece of art is.
I guess there's the possibility that people actually enjoy art, but nah, it doesn't make any sense.
Not at the $100 million level, no.
Yeah, actually, art is a great example of a non-fungible token in that regard. That is, whatever value someone is willing to pay for it and can't be exchanged one for one. There no two are alike. If assuming that's the case, obviously some art is any one of them is just the same, but not for NFTs.
Yep, like all of Jackson Pollock's work.
Right, exactly.
Rude.
Yeah, I feel like.
Well, I'm here. A serious question I had for you. How do you? Because this is new. I'm new to the channel, the Discord, and everything. How do you feel about Matt Dillahunty as a whole?
I don't know. Like, I don't really feel much about anybody. I was diagnosed with high function autism, so I don't really feel opinions very strongly about people. I usually care more about their arguments than them as individuals.
I phrased the question wrong then. I should have been more clear on that. I meant in terms of his maybe his argumentation, the arguments he makes, or ways that he is able to just in like debates or anything. So I should have been more clear on that. I apologize.
Yeah, I think his atheist stuff is fine. I think he does decently okay at presenting arguments and responding to philosophical topics. I think his SJW stuff is completely batshit crazy and hypocritical, but on atheism stuff, he does fine.
He do a lot of SJW. I haven't watched him in a long time, so maybe that's.
He talks about it like on the line and on his talk shows, not really like on debates.
Okay.
Like, do you mean like on the atheist experience, for instance, or I haven't heard much of that either in terms of SJW stuff.
I don't watch his shows. I just hear get clips and stuff from what people send me.
I got no.
Iron Charioteer Dillahunty regards TJump as a brother in atheism. Like, Dillahunty just said I was like a garbage human being on his line show. There's a clip on it on my Facebook somewhere.
I would.
What were his reasons?
Because I've done debates against Black Lives Matter, against the saying trans women are not women always transphobic. I said no. I defended super straight, race realism. I've done a lot of those kind of debates.
Yeah, I think there was a backlash with the other guy. What's his name? He also has a channel, YouTube channel, Rationality Rules.
Yes,
I don't know.
That was more an internal dispute in the AACA, and when V and Eric left, there were a lot of those in the ACA.
Yeah, V and Eric have their own kind of the skeptic generation.
Yep.
With PZ Myers.
Oh, really? What?
Who is also batshit insane.
Yeah, he is super SJW. He lives near me, actually, in Minnesota. DMC, if you could have a conversation with anyone dead or alive, who would it be? I don't know. Like, I don't really, because
one conversation just straddles the line of uselessness. Honestly, like a single conversation. I
well,
don't know the hell.
80,000 conversations would be the same. I wouldn't see any difference. I don't know. I wouldn't like, because I see conversations as more of a business opportunity to post stuff on my YouTube channel, not like I actually want to learn something from the conversation as much. Iron Charioteer, have I been on the AXP? No. If not, would you do the show? I mean, sure, but Matt's definitely not going to invite me. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, no. I mean, and for good reason. You're awful, but
Jesus. If I could talk to one dead person, it would be Jesus. That would be yes.
oh, that's good. Then you could suss out some like factual information that might be
Yes.
missing
Yep.
from it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's good.
Ask some
I'm a
trick
Christian.
questions.
I should have thought of Jesus, but it wasn't the first person that came to mind.
That's because he's alive, dude.
It's because he's alive.
Yeah, well, no, he's not, but
Too bad he doesn't exist.
the first thing I thought of actually was Abraham Lincoln, and I was like, what the fuck would I actually say to Abraham Lincoln?
Yeah, definitely not. But I could probably pick like a pirate who buried his treasure somewhere who hasn't been found, something like that.
Ah, yeah, okay, I like that. That's pretty good. Yeah, as long as you can be non-specific, you can just be like, whoever is going to tell me where like their non-found treasure is.
Yes, I mean I acknowledge Jesus was a real person and then died, for sure. Albert Faust.
There's been a resurgence of mythicism lately, though, and I think it's got an okay case. They need more evidence.
Resurgence. I don't know if there's been a resurgence, not academically, maybe in like Discord and stuff, maybe.
Yeah. I don't know about the academic case for it at all. But if for more and more people,
it's gone from 2 to 3 mythicists.
Fair. Okay.
Hey, how often do you do this show?
A few times a week. I just started doing the after shows. I haven't really done those before, but I should.
Yeah, man, awesome. Dead air on a stream with what, like 20 people? Holy shit, TJump, what kind of server are you running here, bro?
I feel like it's your fault, Jen. You're just intimidating everybody.
I'm sorry. Okay. You want me to leave? I'll leave. I will, like, go on a vow of silence. I will.
Tom, does Razor Core still come around?
No, I haven't seen him in a while. Did Scotty ban
Friendly
him?
white supremacist?
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Was white supremacists on the server?
Yes, there was, definitely.
I mean, besides TJump, but
I have a question, Tom. How do you feel about de-radicalization processes?
From what? De-radicalizing what?
For people, like obviously, like from white Nazi or whatever to like not so much Nazism.
Well, like, what do you mean, like forcibly?
Like as opposed to ostracizing them from society, like like the Daryl Davis, the shit that he does, if you know who he is.
Oh yeah,
the
large rotund black guy who joined the KKK.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Well, I think there's a pretty good like utilitarian argument to be made that why would you want one less member of society altogether when you can have one less bad member of society, and then one good member of society because they convert to a better outlook? Like, that's a pretty like. Well, I can't see how you could argue against.
I'm not quite I don't understand the question he's asking. Like, because de-radicalization is kind of like conversion therapy in that if there's someone in a cult, to de-radicalize them usually takes some very intensive non-consensual therapies, which I'm not necessarily a fan of.
Oh, that's not what I meant. I meant just like not like So like you didn't kick out Razor Core from the
Yeah.
server, right? Just
Yeah.
because has his beliefs. That's what I mean. Most servers would not be tolerant like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm for free speech. I don't think there's a problem as long as racists don't actually use their racism to discriminate against people in like jobs, and I don't care. I don't care what their personal beliefs are. They can have whatever personal beliefs they want.
Yeah, totally. I think most servers' rationale for we don't want these people around is because they're gonna like spread their hate as opposed to like other people rubbing off on them.
Yeah, I don't think that's really an issue. Like, I don't care. Like, if people are open to it, they're open to it, and if they're not, they're not. I think each individual has the right to decide for themselves what they want or should believe.
Hey, I got another question for you, kind of on the same lines. I mean, I do agree that, I don't really care what people are, provided that they're not having an impact on the real world. You had mentioned Matt Dillahunty earlier and his SJW stuff. I again, not having heard of it or having your views on it, mentioned having sort of had arguments against BLM and some of you mentioned a few things. I just curious. You hadn't gone into that. If you don't want to go into it here on this
What's the question?
platform. Yeah, more of just what is your position on that as far as why you feel like maybe you are maybe again, if I didn't understand your position, I apologize, but it sounded like you're saying.
Yeah, so I argued against BLM because their primary argument. I did a debate, All Lives Matter versus Black Lives Matter, against Jake from Jake and Hugo, or Jake and Hannah, or whatever they changed the name to. My position is that the fundamental argument of Black Lives Matter is wrong, that African Americans are being disproportionately shot by police, and especially unarmed African Americans, because that statistic is factually wrong. About 37% of victims of police shootings are African American, which is exactly the same percent of violent crime done by African Americans, so it's not actually disproportionate. So their argument is not correct to say that they're disproportionate there. And the unarmed one, it's like single digits, like 9, I think, unarmed African Americans were shot in a year or something, so it's not really a significant statistic to use. And it's still only like 40%-ish. The vast majority is still white people who are unarmed and shot by police. It's like 60%. So their fundamental statistic is wrong. And the reason I take those positions is because many people on the left condemn anyone who support or don't support BLM or any of their pet ideological positions and call them bigoted or racist, transphobic, whatever, and don't actually consider any of the arguments they're saying, which I find is fundamentally wrong. I think that it's wrong to demonize people for supporting a position just because it's a position against what you believe, because that's fundamentally what atheists are doing. Like, that's why we were condemned as atheists, because Christians didn't like the fact that we didn't adhere to their religious beliefs, and so they'd persecute us. And so now it's hypocritical for atheists to do the same thing to people who don't accept their political beliefs, which I find very bad. And so I've taken time to try and debate against those holy relics of atheism that they say it's bad to debate against. Let's see, what other, I did super straight, because the super straight one and the trans women one was the same thing. Is like, it's reasonable for people to use sex and gender as synonymous. Like, many people are brought up with that way, and it's completely reasonable and non-transphobic to use sex and gender as synonyms. But many people on the left treat anyone who does that as being transphobic when it's clearly not. If they were brought up that way, it's not transphobic. They're not doing it bigotedly. Even though there are some people who do it bigotedly, that doesn't mean everyone who does it is bigoted. And to treat everyone as bigoted who does that is no different from the Republicans who say some Muslims are terrorists, therefore all Muslims are terrorism, or Islam itself is terrorism. It's a just generalization, false generalization fallacy. And so again, it's hypocritical for people on the left to generalize everyone who treats gender and sex as synonyms to be transphobic just because some of them are. Race realism, actually, let's see. Race realism is surprising fact about the Phil Surveys paper, Pew paper. About 20% of professional philosophers think race is real. And so it's perfectly justified to like make an argument that race is essentially echocline. So it's not like the folk understanding of race that people have, black, white, Asian, in Native American, whatever. That's not accurate, but there it is reasonable to say race is a real objective phenomenon tied into echoclines, which are a real biological phenomenon. And so you can make the argument race is real without it being racist. Again, something that many people on the left don't accept. So I take these positions as a way to counter the bigotry and hypocrisy on the left of treating people as evil because they don't adhere to their sacred political beliefs, because it is hypocritical, since it's exactly the same thing we're criticizing about religious people. And that's why I take those positions.
No, I appreciate the clarification. I think it sounds like what you've said is that you're not opposed to every single ideal of every single thing that these groups may believe, but that you're just looking at from a strictly factual perspective that some of the tenets they hold are based on incorrect information, and that they should just not believe those things anymore. If they want to hold whatever belief, it should be supported by evidence rather than just an emotional belief about something. That
Yeah,
I can
absolutely.
agree with.
Yeah, so I'm not against the goals of like BLM of equality and stuff, but there are factual criticisms that you can levy against them, but really the bigger issue is the fact that if you criticize them at all ever for any reason, a large portion of the left is going to call you racist or bigoted or transphobic, and that I see as the bigger issue. And why I'm interested in taking those topics is to show the bigotry and hypocrisy on the left for simply criticizing a position, even if it's perfectly rational.
No, that I can agree with. I think that if anything, that should be a view to take to say, hey, this allows me to sort of like steel man, this argument instead of like allowing it to be misrepresented, allow it to be taken into a different direction than I meant. Let me abandon ideas that don't are not supported by any facts or evidence, and let me actually, take it based on what is real, and then let people believe that based on what they will.
Exactly, and that's why it was ironic that Matt Dillahunty was calling me a garbage human for taking the All Lives Matter position in that debate.
Yeah, I think that's an appeal to pathos that I think he would generally reject, but maybe is unaware of in a sense. If I haven't heard that, yeah, assuming he did, then I would assume that's probably where he's coming from, just from an unconscious place. That
yeah, I think he's just anyone who goes against BLM or his trans rights or whatever, he just calls a garbage human, because he's making the same generalizations that religious people do about people who go against their religious beliefs. And I just don't think he realizes it. But that's the whole point of me taking those debates. You can find the clip. It's on my Facebook. There's a Don Fullman posted something on Facebook, and I just shared it, where there's the link in the timestamp of the episode of the line where he said it.
Hey, well, I appreciate the clarification. Thank you for that.
Yep.
Why is your head a perfect oval?
Because I'm fat.
Okay, good. Glad to know. Man, I really thought other people were going to join in on that discussion. I'm trying to start a good conversation here.
Question, Tom. What got you into, philosophy and debating?
I had major depression most of my life, and I got into philosophy because I thought it would help cure my depression. I was hoping that knowledge about reality and society would help me to overcome it. And that's how I got into philosophy. Did not work at all. Debating, kind of the same thing. I thought that discussing the ideas was something that helped me cure my depression. In a way, it worked because it got me a job as a YouTuber, but it didn't really solve my depression as much. No, it didn't have that effect. But that's how I got into it. I got into it as a hope that it would solve my depression.
I appreciate it.
Yep.
You have religious people in your life. I'm just curious, like we
What?
have relationships with.
Yes, the girl I'm dating is more religious or spiritual, not like actually Christian, just more like spiritual. My family is all religious.
How do you talk? Like, is it tolerable to you? Like, you separate your what you do on the internet from that part of your life, or do you challenge them too?
If they want to talk about it, sure. If not, then no. Like I don't ever try to force my conversations on anybody because I don't really like talking to people in general. So if someone asks me a question, I give them the honest answer either way. But it's pretty easy because we don't really talk about it that much.
Fair. You like debating, and would you call it a hobby?
Mm,
I mean, I know it pays the bills, so theoretically it's not actually a hobby, but like, do you also do it as a hobby?
I don't know. I hated it originally. Like I hated talking to people ever for any reason back when I was super depressed, and inviting professors out to coffee was like a way for me to practice socially interacting with people and getting used to it. But I don't know if I ever enjoyed it as a hobby. For me, it's probably more just paying the bills. If I had infinite money, would I still be a YouTuber? Probably not.
Well, damn, don't get too rich then. We're gonna miss you.
I don't like to be that rich. That'd be like Jeff Bezos rich. Because even if I got like $100 million, I'd still probably be a YouTuber. I'd still probably be trying to build my business, like my atheist church idea. And so I'd still be a YouTuber as a way to promote that. But if I was Jeff Bezos rich, I would do nothing.
You wouldn't even fly into space.
No, that would be such a waste of money. There are no hot blondes in space.
You want like an actual atheist building with like a preacher and everything?
Yeah, like an actual atheist building. So I do two things. I would build, first thing, I would get an apartment building and decrease the rent for the tenants as much as possible. Because the goal of the church would be to decrease the cost of living for as many people as much as possible, which I think is one of the big problems with churches, that they don't do enough to actually help people. I think that if churches actually built companies to help people, like lowering the cost of living through rent, building a credit card company that doesn't take advantage of people, getting a credit score company that doesn't bullshit people and lower their score for no reason, make the like a USPS kind of savings and loan to replace payday loans. I think that if churches would just create actual companies and do them better, that would be a better usage of churches rather than just an organization for people to meet on Sundays. And that's what I want to do with the atheist church. I want to use it to build companies to do a better job than the crappy capitalist companies that we have. And I'd also have like a meeting space to do debates and lectures and YouTube and stuff. So I'd have a regular church to meet on Sundays and do this kind of meetings and chats and whatever.
Yeah, if that actually ever becomes like a thing, I hope I don't have to convert to visit, because it actually sounds pretty cool.
Well, no, it'd just be like any other church. It's free to open. You can just walk in. Who cares what you believe? It's just open to anybody. So yeah, most of the atheist church actually require membership, which is dumb. We would do it more like a religious church, which is there's no membership. You just show up, pass around a little plate. If you want to give money, give money. If you don't. That's the better way to do it.
Then you have to admit to all the precepts that atheism is a religion.
That's the point. So the point is to say, when they say atheism is religion, I'm like, yeah, it is, and it's better than yours. Talk about charity.
Oh, I agree. It's a much better response.
So Iron Cherry Tier, did therapy help you at all with your depression? No. Therapy did nothing. It made me worse. The therapists are idiots. TJump, how is the hot blonde foundation going? It's going good. She's actually a hot brunette, though. Slightly disappointed, but I'll tolerate it. She's like a 9 out of 10, so it's worth it. But I need more. I need more of the more funds for the hot brunette foundation.
Would this atheist church be kind of a community center?
Maybe. I haven't thought about doing like a community center where you have like basketball and stuff, but we would do Section 8 housing. So we'd buy a bunch of broken down housing, fix it up, and let people who couldn't afford housing live there. And the government sends you a check, which is really nice for that. We would do regular housing for like apartment buildings would be more for middle income people who could afford it, because it's harder to maintain that for poverty people in poverty. Maintaining an apartment building for people in poverty is extremely expensive and very difficult to do. So it's better to do that one for middle income people. But Section 8 housing is definitely a possibility to help people who are in poverty to afford housing. But we definitely have a church building for like get-togethers and stuff.
That would also invite interesting initiatives like there exist in some regions like community where you just have a community get together, and when you build houses yourself, like you have a few people that could just contribute into the church in this case, when the church contributes back to the community.
Yeah, like Habitats for Humanity, that would be one of the things for sure to build low income housing. One of the ways I'd do it would be there's a 3D printer that can print cement homes. It's a big like house sized scaffolding with a cement 3D printer on it. And it just prints a home, which is really cool. So you can do that to build a bunch of cheap housing for people. Iron Charioteer, did medication ever help you with depression? No, medication did nothing. I also tried, what's it? TMS, transcranial magnetic stimulation. It didn't work either. Also garbage. None of the therapies from helped at all. None of the drugs helped at all. None of the experimental therapies helped at all. It was sex. Sex is the only thing that helped. Have I tried meditation? Yes, I tried meditation. That did not help at all. I tried equine therapy, which is like being around horses and stuff. That didn't help at all.
I mean, horses maybe makes it worse because, like, they're kind of a nervous wreck sometimes, aren't they?
No, the equine therapy ones are trained horses. They're calm horses. They're like, what are those?
Yeah, but then you have the, like, meta perspective of, like, God, I'm pathetic, potentially. I don't know, which could potentially spiral you into a lower state of depression. Just a thought.
Yeah, like when doing meditation.
Yeah, you're just, like, sitting there doing nothing. And it's just
Yep.
like, damn.
Yep.
What's up?
TJump, when you said it would be more moral to not defend yourself if someone is going to die, wouldn't it be better for the murderer to die than rather than the non-murderer just defending themselves? Yes, but it would be more moral for the person who is the non-murderer to just turn the other cheek. That would be more moral than killing the guy in self-defense. Doc, player I'm not. TMS is not garbage. TMS can help a lot of people. So I'm not saying it's not. It was garbage for me. It did nothing for me. Not necessarily that it's garbage for everybody. Don Fulman, did you try Jesus? Yes, I ate many different tiny pieces of Jesus and drank his Jesus blood. It tasted very much like grape juice. It was not very effective. Poker. Yes, I've tried poker. I played poker with the street epistemology guys. I won a decent amount of money from it. Did you try forgiving your parents? For what? My parents didn't have, it wasn't their fault, I don't think. Depression was biological. Who's buzzing? Somebody, I think, is talking but breaking up so much that you can't hear him. I tried finding Jesus. All I found was my missing TV remote. Does he read super chats from here? No. Occasionally. Unsolicited questions and advice. Drones listening in. Do I consider myself atheist by choice or by belief? What is the difference? Don't understand the difference. Why do I think Christianity demonizes sex so much? Probably because it's an important part to human life, and so any important part of human life is something that's tried to be controlled by religious or political entities. And so because it's a religious entity, it tries to control everything important to life, including food and sex and migration and talking and whatever. Do you smoke weed? Have you ever? Yes, I have smoked weed. Did not help. Did I try Xenu though? The one that nuked the volcanoes? No, I have not vaped Emperor of Cats. You want to meet Alex Stein? Alex Stein is hilarious. He lives in Dallas, Texas. So if you want to meet him, go to Dallas, Texas.
Oh, is that the game show host?
Game show host.
Yeah, he has like a game show host like personality and debates.
He is the baby Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, that's the one.
I do find him very funny. He is one of the two people who I could honestly say are possibly pose. Yeah, Alex Stein is hilarious. He has a very funny personality. He does a very good satirical baby Tucker Carlson impression. Dragon Slayer, do I have a philosophy degree? No. I audited classes at my universities. Auditing classes, you get to take the same classes for 1/10 the price. So I didn't go for a degree because I had no desire to get a job, and getting a philosophy degree is a waste of money because there aren't any jobs. Your metal is weak? Do I have to like quench it and then forge it?
I have an actual question, Teach. Like, do you think it's a problem that we conceive, of a large and small scale infinities with the same construct?
No, because infinities aren't numbers, they're sets. So imagining different sizes of sets shouldn't be a problem.
I don't think it's an issue that as you converge the fine scale, using the same construct to approach the fine scale as the large scale, and that's not a contradiction to get bigger and smaller.
No.
Have that be equipotential?
No, because they're just sets. Sets are allowed to be bigger and smaller. It's like a different dimension on a line graph. It's not the same as numbers. So there's no problem with it as long as you understand the difference between how sets works and how numbers work.
You have to be a
Jaunty.
presuppositionalist that these things have some sort of bearing on reality.
What? No, infinites don't necessarily have to have anything to do with reality. They could be purely constructs. It wouldn't make a difference. They could still describe them in the same way. Jaunty, have you ever gone live on TikTok? Yes, I've gone live on TikTok once or twice. But I haven't really tried it much because I don't. Maybe I could go live on TikTok on my phone while doing a debate. That could possibly work. That would be interesting. I wonder. How can I get audio to my phone though? Maybe if I use like a splitter on my headphones, maybe I could try that. Like that would be interesting. That'd be an interesting thing to try. Brandon, I debate pretty much anybody. Invite anybody on my show, so it's not like, I debate professors, so.
I most definitely think you should host a TikTok debate live. They get like thousands of views. I see it all the time.
I need to know how to set it up. I don't know how to set. How do I do that? And I'm thinking about it. Like if I could split my audio and get my audio to my phone somehow, because I couldn't do it. I couldn't just turn my speakers off because then it would produce an echo. So I'd have to like get a splitter for my mic and get it hooked into my audio from my phone. And then I could probably just put my phone up like here or something and have it like attached and just pick up the picture from my screen. It's possible I could do that. It's possible I could do that.
Yeah, I bet if you, Google it or look up how to do it on YouTube, you could get a lot of answers and, start it up.
Do you have 2 monitors, TJump?
Yes. I have a laptop screen and a TV screen.
Oh, okay. You should look into getting a dual like audio card. Once it's hard to kind of get together, but once you get it together, it's super useful.
Why? For what?
So like, if you split like your system into 2 screens, you still are using the same audio card.
Sure.
So like, it's hard to like if you do like recording and stuff. It's difficult to like. There's so many different volumes and stuff to manage. Whereas if you just get 2 audio cards, it's easier.
I'm not following. So
It's because I'm doing a shitty job of explaining it, but like, maybe just look into it a little more and you'll see what I mean.
Because the audio just goes to one location, just my laptop and my speakers. So it doesn't actually go to anything on the second screen.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I guess for TikTok it wouldn't really matter.
Oh yeah, for TikTok, all of the audio would go straight to the phone.
Yeah, that's a good point. Forget what I said.
Need to see Matt Dillahunty debate TJump. That would be interesting. JG, thoughts on Presup? Presup is stupid. Presup is very stupid. Jay Dyer, TJump versus Jay Dyer round 2. That would be funny. I think Jay Dyer blocked me on everything, so good luck getting him to agree to that. Clayton Hughes, what is the least bad pro-theist argument in your opinion? Like, I mean, the cosmological, but it doesn't actually work for a god. The DNA argument used to be good, but it got crappy because we made progress in the field of biology. Are you married? No. Who's worth Darth or Mr. Batman? I think they're both bad, but for different reasons. Darth is probably more intelligent, but more annoying. Batman is probably less intelligent and also very happy with the pedo argument. Very, very, very pedo usage.
What?
He calls everybody a pedophile. That's like his go-to argument.
Oh, that reminds me, Tom. Have you heard of Mr. Girl?
Nope.
Oh, dude, you should look him up. He's quickly gaining prominence. He did the review on Cuties. If you're familiar with that.
Does he have anything to do with like God or philosophy?
Philosophy sort of. It's more like psychiatry or psychology. But like he does a lot, so everything is on a spectrum to him. Like everybody is a pedophile to a degree. It's really interesting. You should look him up.
Iron Charity, what would you do if you had 6 months to live? Lots of sex. Not much else. Netflix and chill for like 6 months.
If you had 10 minutes to live right now, would you turn to a religion just in case?
Probably not, because I think all the religions are pretty dumb. I'd probably go with maybe a general god, if anything.
Yeah. You just accept Jesus and you lower your chances.
Yes, that would be true. Like going to heaven, the Christian heaven would be bad.
Yeah, probably worshiping God for eternity. No free will in heaven.
I would pray to the Dovahkiin to be reborn into Skyrim or Harry Potter. Star Wars.
Star Wars Heaven would be pretty dope.
Yep. I probably wouldn't go with any of the movies. I don't like those storylines. I like the side storylines a lot better. Like I read a bunch of the Star Wars books that were not like directly related. They were like of other Padawans and Jedi and Sith guys that had nothing to do with the original 9 movies. And I really liked those stories a lot. KOTOR, the games, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, that was amazing. That was an amazing game.
Yeah, it was.
Love the soundtrack too, especially the one from the Water World. Thoughts on cosmic skeptics' argument for veganism? Clayton, I think veganism is morally right. I think that animals are conscious and so it's immoral to kill them. I just don't care. I like cheeseburgers more than I like being moral. Mr. Matt, thank you for the entertaining debate. Your patience is amazing. Lol. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Christian heaven would be awesome. No, definitely not. If anybody on YouTube wants to join the Discord and speak, say stuff, Discord link is in the bottom right. Why don't you stream on Sundays while playing games? Ask TJump annoying questions. I used to do that. I did get a new game I really like too, Dark Souls 2. I've played it before, but good game. Deftones fan. Nope, I don't even know who that is. MDMA heaven? I don't know. I don't think you would need that. I think if there was like a heaven, it'd be more like the Matrix where you could just download whatever you wanted. Not all Christian music is bad, just most. I mean, most music in general is bad. Blessed be he. Do you know the path? I believe you asked the question wrong. It's do you know the way? Remember that meme from a few years ago? Do you know the way? But is Cosmic's argument good? I don't know what Cosmic's argument is other than killing animals is bad. Animals suffer. Don't kill animals. Isn't that like essentially Cosmic's argument? Does he have his own unique argument other than that? Pop, pop, pop thing. I don't know what the pop, pop, pop thing is. I like instrumental music. Instrumental music is the kind I like. Plants do not suffer. Plants feel nothing. But I wouldn't eat plants anyway because they're disgusting. Is eyebrow mango? Can we debate now? I'm gonna need to go to bed. Mango. Where did we? Was it Twitter? Twitter. It was Twitter. You need to pay me still, Mango. You're gonna pay me 50 AUD.
What's the topic?
Whatever he wants to talk about. I don't remember. Mango. Where? No, was it Facebook? No, was it Discord? I don't remember where Mango. Where was my message to Mango where he said he was going to pay me 50 AUD? Can we get Mango back in Discord? Was Mango banned from Discord? Gmail. Gmail? Gmail. Social media, Gmail. Conversations. Mango tea. I don't see Mango here. Thoughts on the Juicy Lucy? Juicy Lucy is an amazing burger from 5-8 Club. Mango, send me another message on whatever you sent me a message on before, and we can set up a debate time and once you send me my monies. I need to go to bed in a probably by 10:30, an hour, less than an hour. Because I woke up at like 1 a.m. or something stupid. Is it immoral for a lion to eat? If it kills something, it's immoral. Basil is pretty good, though. Basil is a garnish. It is not meant for eating. Mint is disgusting and useful for nothing.
Oh, Tom, do you think vegans that have like vegan dieted cats, do you think that's animal abuse?
Not necessarily. Like, as long as they're getting enough nutrition, then no. DMZ, didn't you say you got sick or something? Yeah, we could meet at the 5-8 Club. That'd be great. Or Matt's is okay, but I like 5-8 better. Yeah, Mango is supposed to pay me 50 AUD to debate. AUD, Australian something dollar. Not AED. AED is like Middle Eastern monies, I think. What about oranges, bananas, apples? Apples are disgusting. Grapes are disgusting. Oranges and bananas are tolerable, but I don't really like them. I'm a cheese, meat, and bread kind of guy. I mean, I guess lettuce and tomato on a Wendy's cheeseburger is pretty good. Yeah, I like 5-8 more too. 5-8's better than Matt's. I don't like mojitos. Mint in a mojito. I don't like any kind of alcoholic drinks ever. They're disgusting.
Do you not like the mint, Tom, or is it just the alcohol?
What? No, the alcohol. I don't like any alcoholic drinks. I don't like mint either, but I don't like any alcoholic drinks.
I make non-alcoholic mojitos every now and then. Pretty good.
I make a non-alcoholic cherry Coke. This is the best one. Meat over morals. Exactly, Matt. Meat over morals. Basil is not meant to be eaten. Basil is meant to add flavor to actual food that's meant to be eaten. I do not smoke weed. What? You got a question?
Yeah. Out of all the debates you had, how many debates do you think you lost?
4 or 5.
How many debates do you think you did?
500.
Wow.
Like, you can go to my YouTube channel and check my uploads. That's about how many debates I've done. Carrots are disgusting. Corn is okay. Corn on the cob with like salt and butter and pepper is good. That's edible, I guess. Have I hunted? I think so. In my past, I did. It's not something I really enjoyed. Too much sitting around waiting and then walking. I don't like that. Yes, Brace. I knew that was Middle Eastern. United Arab Emirates Dirham. He's going to pay me an AUD, Australian, something. Australian koala dollar. Nope, no Long Island iced tea. I like Vietnamese iced tea. Vietnamese iced coffee. Vietnamese iced coffee is the best. You have CCC in your name, Collective Content Channel. You're a beta. You're like the CCCP. Matthias Hotzenauer. Does free will exist, or is every action predetermined? No, free will does not exist. Free will, as far as I know, is impossible. Everything you do is either done for reasons, in which case it's determined by those reasons and not free, or it's done for no reason, in which case it's random, in which case it's not free. Phones, okay. Corn dogs are okay. Do you think Hake is hypnotized by Jesse Lee Peterson? I don't know if Jesse Lee Peterson can do hypnotism, but that would make a lot of sense. Have I ever eaten poutine? Yes. I don't like it, though. I don't like poutine. Poutine is nasty. It's like...
Did you have it in Quebec?
No, I just don't like
If
gravy.
not, it wasn't a poutine.
I don't like gravy. Like, why would you ruin fries with some kind of nasty gravy stuff? You need... What goes on fries is cheese and bacon.
I'm just going to pretend I didn't hear that for the sake of our friendship. I'm sorry I ruined it again. Somebody please talk to TJump. Okay, I won't wreck it, I promise.
Gin wrecks everything. Jesse Lee Peterson is a hypnotist. That would be interesting. Like, I could totally see Jesse Lee Peterson as like a witch or a wizard or something. That would make a lot of sense. How much for a debate, Mr. Boss? $50. $50 for a debate. Fast food places, I like Wendy's. Dave's Double. Dave's Triple is okay. Dave's Double is pretty good. McDonald's Double Quarter Pounder with cheese is pretty good. I like the McDonald's fries a lot. Wendy's fries are pretty good sometimes. Sometimes they don't have enough salt on them. Is there any seafood you think is good? Yes, there are lots of seafoods. Crab, lobster, shrimp, clam. Clam isn't as good, but all of the shellfishes are good, pretty much. Wendy's spicy chicken sandwich, it's okay. I like Dave's Double better. Hardee's Frisco, I think that's kind of like Taco Bell. Mostly just indigestion in a sack. Dragon Slayer, McDonald's is great. Yes, I like the double quarter pounder. You lived at Hardee's. How does that work? Ever debated a real pastor. Yes. Gino Jennings. I have no idea who that is. Copy. Search. The First Church Truth of God broadcast. Well, that's going to be interesting. First Church Truth of God broadcast. I can send him an email. Let's see. Favorites work. See what he says. That'll be interesting. A pound of food in one sitting? That's not even that much. I eat way more than a pound of food in one sitting. Like a pound is like nothing. Like a single Wendy's triple, Dave's triple is like at least 2 pounds. What's your favorite burger? My favorite burger is the 5-8 Roadhouse burger.
Tom, do they have JL beers in Minneapolis?
Maybe. I don't know. Is that a restaurant or a beer?
It's a restaurant. There's like 4 or 5 of them in Fargo, Moorhead area.
I haven't heard of it. I haven't heard of it, so I don't know. Kind of sounds familiar, actually. JL.
It's like a really small, skinny building.
Damn it, not what I wanted. That's not the button I wanted to press. Go back here. JL Beers. Burnsville. Yes, they do have one.
Check them out sometimes. They got really good fries, chips, and burgers.
Burnsville. Directions. It is 18 minutes away. Menu. The burger doesn't look bad. God damn it.
They like have a potato like peeler and slicer, so they just take a whole potato and put it on this thing and it like slices it into chips and they deep fry it.
DMC says they're gross.
Wow. I disagree, DMC.
Iron Charioteer, what do women want? Money. Like no, a Wendy's burger is definitely a Dave's triple is like at least 2 pounds. It is heavy. It is 90% grease weight. It's heavy. I mean, a double quarter pounder from McDonald's is a half a pound, and that's just the meat. And there's 3 patties in a Dave's triple, and each of those is bigger. How many hours do I sleep? Not many, usually. What is my dream job? I don't know. President of the United States? Is weed legal where I'm at? No. Can you even jump, though? I used to be able to dunk a while ago. Not anymore. I'm fat. I gained a lot of weight over COVID. TJump, is religion conceptualized by a person's belief system? I don't know what that means. I do not know what that sentence means. Jonty, do you like seafood? Yes, I like seafood a lot.
I think maybe they're asking, like, are religious beliefs the same class as other beliefs? It seemed like.
Yes, all beliefs are beliefs.
Hey, Tom, what do you think about the argument? The universe has a cause and it's God. Therefore, God exists.
It's a stupid argument. The universe, even if it has a cause, could just be a quantum field. There's no reason to think it was a god.
We're gonna call the quantum field God. We can just cut out the middleman.
That would kind of defeat the purpose of the word God.
No, it defeats the purpose of the word quantum field, which is incoherent.
Where does atheist belief come from? The brain. The brain is where it comes from.
Rationality.
Last question from Dragon Slayer. Leighton Hughes asked who your toughest debate opponent was. My toughest debate opponent would probably be Rob Coons, I think. I really struggled in my first debate with him, but then really did a lot better my second one. Probably Rob Coons.
And Jay Dyer.
I was going to say, ask yourself.
Those aren't tough debate opponents. Those are morons. Morons are not tough debate opponents. Mango T, do you have anger? If so, you are not rational. That's not how anger works, or rationality. You can still be angry and be rational at the same time. You need to visit here in Australia. We have some amazing seafood. If you pay for the trip, sure. I'm not going to pay like $1,000 to get seafood in Australia. Where do broken hearts go? Usually into the ground. Is atheism considered a cult? No. You can definitely be angry and rational at the same time. It's totally possible. It's not hard even. Like, I've had a lot of practice at that. If God proved his existence, would he then stop existing? What? See ya, DMC. Let's get 5-8 sometime. Yeah, I have to go too. I need to go to bed. I'm going to fall asleep. Thanks for showing up to the chat, guys. See you later. Thanks for people in the Discord who didn't say anything because you're lame.
Night, bud.